Chapter 23:31. Because of the previous beast tamer's robbery, they were much more careful as they moved forward. But reality proved that this caution was unnecessary. They didn't encounter any attacks until they reached Ming Fei Town. Seeing Ming Fei Town in the distance, Xiao Qi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This place had more resources, greater opportunities, and more opportunities. Of course, it also had greater dangers. But dangers always came with rewards. More importantly, there were many things here that couldn't be bought in Soi Town. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they saw that outside the town there were many people gathered. Most of these people were standing on both sides with excited expressions, as if waiting for something interesting to happen. Everyone who tried to enter the town deliberately took a detour. Outside the town's main entrance, there was a person standing there. From afar, one couldn't see the person's face clearly. One could only see the person's beautiful robes fluttering in the wind. A long blade that reflected cold light under the sunlight was stuck in the ground in front of the person. It seemed that the person was waiting for someone to arrive, as expected of Ming Fei Town. "We just got here and we can already see a good show. Let's hurry up and get a good spot," Tang Pu said excitedly after seeing the scene. Xiao Qi and the others frowned. They weren't as brainless as Tang Pu. As expected, when they turned around, they saw Zi Chen's expression become serious. "Zi Chen, this is..." Xiao Qi looked at Zi Chen. "You guys go into the town first to exchange for things." "I'll go in later," Zi Chen said in a low voice. What could it be? Tang Pu finally realized what was going on. "Don't worry, I'm fine. You guys go first." Zi Chen walked forward, not taking a detour like the others. Instead, he walked in a straight line. According to the path he was taking, he would first meet the person outside the town before entering the town. Zi Chen's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, all kinds of mocking voices rang out. Among the mocking voices, words like idiot and idiot were the most common. "Is it him?" A middle-aged man in the crowd asked. "It's him. I don't know what method he used to kill 2 of my dark serpents in an instant." Beside the middle-aged man, Lin Sai stared at Zi Chen angrily. Judging from his expression, he seems to be very confident in this battle. As expected of someone from a small town, he didn't even notice that Ter was a level 3 hunter. Another middle-aged man sneered. Xiao Qi and the other 3 followed Zi Chen's instructions and took a detour towards the center of the town. Perhaps it was because there were too many people around. Everyone walked very quietly. Even Tang Pu didn't want to show off. However, they were completely ignored like air. Their eyes were all fixed on Zi Chen. "This idiot, doesn't he know that he can't pass through here? He even dares to walk on the path blocked by Lord Ter. He's simply courting death. Isn't that so? Master Ter is already a level 3 hunter. Killing him is as easy as flipping his hand. My lord has been waiting here for half a day. I really don't know who he is waiting for. Could it be that he's waiting for this person? Waiting for this fool who doesn't know his place? How is that possible?" Xiao Qi and the other 3 were ignored. Everywhere they passed, they could hear the discussions. The faces of the 4 people in front became paler and paler. Since the other party was a level 3 hunter, could Zi Chen, who was only level 2, deal with him? The 4 people in front looked at each other and then stopped at the same time. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. There was almost no need for words to communicate. At this moment, they made the same choice. When they were close to Ter, the 4 of them stopped. If Zi Chen was in danger, the 4 of them would immediately rush out and save Zi Chen. Amidst the ridicule and disdain of the surrounding people, Zi Chen, who hadn't reached her yet, already had a little understanding of him. Ter, level 3 hunter. This made him a little surprised, but it was also reasonable. The Hort family's counterattack would definitely be more fierce. It was normal for them to send a level 3 hunter. When he was 10 meters away from Hort Ter, Zi Chen stopped. The ridicule of the surrounding people didn't lessen, but instead became noisier. There were even some disdainful jeers mixed in. "You're finally here." Hort-ter looked at Zi-Chen and said. When these words were said, the ridicule and disdain of the surrounding people suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Zi-Chen in disbelief. They never thought that the person Hort-ter was waiting for was actually him. Hort-ter was known by almost everyone in Mingfei town. He was a battle maniac with many glorious achievements. When he first became a level 3 hunter, he had defeated many experienced level 3 hunters. Now he had been a level 3 hunter for many years. There had always been rumors that he was infinitely close to becoming a level 4 hunter. He could cross the threshold at any time and reach another height. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between level 3 and level 4, the significance was very great. However, such an invincible expert, who they had been waiting for half a day, was actually such an unremarkable young man. Moreover, he seemed to be even younger than Sir-ter. Here, age was seniority. There were very few people who were as young and powerful as Ter. Mingfei town, having Sir-ter, was already very good. Therefore, Zi-Chen, who had come, was no longer a braggart in the eyes of the crowd, but a synonym for inexperience. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down because of the other person's words, Zi-Chen said indifferently, "You seem to be very popular here." "My name is Hort-ter." "I know. You should know my purpose very well." "Very well. The grudge between us will be settled here today." "No problem. But before that, don't you need to understand the cause and effect?" "No need. One of us is going to die today. For the dead, there is no need for karma." "Understood." The conversation between the two sides ended at this moment. Hort-ter took 2 steps forward and grabbed the long sword that was stabbed into the ground. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword as he stared at Zi-Chen. In an instant, the quiet atmosphere in the surroundings boiled up. Uproars and exclamations rose and fell one after another. Clearly, this was a battle to the death that had not occurred in a long time. Moreover, it was a battle to the death by Hort-ter. For the entire Mingfei town, this was a must-see battle. Of course, while they were crying out in surprise, they hoped that this young man would be able to last a little longer and not be killed before the battle had even begun. Knowing Ter's background and yet still so calm, "This battle will be worth watching," the middle-aged man said. "I already said that this guy was difficult to deal with. Even now, I don't know how he killed my 2 azure dark snakes," Lin Sai said. "Pung." Hort-ter gripped his long sword and stomped his left foot on the ground. His entire body leapt up, and using the recoil force, he charged at Zi-Chen. The air whistled as his opponent's speed tore through the air. Zi-Chen's black robe danced in the wind as he stared at his opponent, not moving at all. "Die." In an instant, Hort-ter was in front of him. He held his sword with both hands and chopped down. An ear-piercing whistle sounded in the air. This attack was vicious, fast, and powerful. Zi-Chen grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand and blocked with the scabbard in front of him. Clang! The long sword hit the scabbard, and a strong force surged. Zi-Chen's body retreated in an instant, neutralizing the strong force from the scabbard. Similarly, Hort-ter's body flew backwards in the air. He did a 360-degree flip in the air and landed on his feet. He retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. When the battle began, the surroundings were already quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle. After seeing Zi-Chen block Hort-ter's attack without even using his saber, everyone was very surprised and happy in their hearts. This way, this battle would be able to last a little longer, and the spectators would be able to watch it a little better. After stabilizing his body, Hort-ter tapped his foot and rushed forward again. This time, he ran on the ground at an even faster speed. Swish! Zi-Chen did not show any signs of weakness and rushed forward to Hort-ter. Clang! 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 All kinds of clashing sounds sounded in an instant. Every time the two exchanged blows, They would separate immediately and then adjust their direction again to kill each other. In the eyes of the spectators in the distance, at this moment, the two were circling in a siege. Ter's every attack was full of power, and Zichen's block was also full of power. The most important thing was that Zichen had not taken out his weapon from the scabbard since the beginning of the battle, and Ter's extraordinary weapon did not leave any mark on his opponent's scabbard. Looking at the two of them who were equally matched, the expressions of everyone present changed once again. They knew that this battle was really going to be interesting. Swish! The long sword slashed horizontally. Zichen's body instantly retreated and avoided the attack. At the same time, the broken sword in his hand and the scabbard pointed at the opponent's forehead. The long sword in Ter's hand instantly retracted and blocked in front of him. After that, the two quickly retreated, no longer giving each other a chance to attack. After dissolving the force while retreating and adjusting their bodies, the two rushed forward again, just like before. Clang! 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 All kinds of collisions sounded one after another. The spectators were silent. From the beginning of the battle until now, the two had shown extremely strong fighting skills. Every time they attacked, they could protect themselves without the slightest flaw. It could be said that they were both offensive and defensive. This was an evenly matched battle. If the two of them did not take out any other means, then the battle would continue like this. What was more surprising was that Zichen had not taken out his weapon from the scabbard until now. He had a slight upper hand. If you only have these means, then go to hell. With a roar, Ter's momentum changed. His attack was faster, and the speed of his sword was twice as fast as before. Chapter 2332. This change was very shocking. His speed and attack power had doubled in an instant, and the sound of the explosion was rather ear-piercing. Gasps of surprise rang out in the quiet surroundings. This scene clearly showed that Hotetter had been holding back in the previous battle, or rather, he had not displayed the full strength of a third-rank hunter. He had been fighting like a cat toying with a mouse, and now he was obviously tired of it, so he was really going all out. Could his opponent still block it? At this moment, such a guess appeared in everyone's hearts one after another. Faced with this attack, Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he unsheathed the broken sword that had never been unsheathed before. With a speed that was not inferior to his opponent's, he placed the broken sword horizontally in front of him and blocked the attack. Clang! When the blades met, there was a loud clang and sparks flew everywhere. This time, neither of them retreated. They were competing with their own strength. Sensing that his strength was not inferior to his own, Hotetter stared at Zichen with a hint of surprise. Zichen's expression was as cold as before. Third rank, he's also a third-rank hunter. A cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. After that cry of surprise, another uproar rang out. Third rank, I didn't expect him to be a third-rank hunter. He looks so young, I didn't expect him to be a third-rank hunter. Following the uproar, Xiao-Qi and the other three, who had been extremely nervous, could finally heave a sigh of relief. Although they did not know when Zichen had become a third-rank hunter, they were still happy for Zichen. During this period of time, they had a certain understanding of Zichen's combat strength. Perhaps Hotetter was very strong and had many glorious achievements, but Zichen was definitely not weaker than him. We were wrong. He's actually a third-rank hunter. One of the two middle-aged men who had been with Lin Sai said, "Looking at his age, his potential seems to be greater than Hotetter's." The other man said, "Why, you want to invite him?" Lin Sai looked at the two men and asked in surprise, "There's only one spot. Whoever lives gets it." The real battle had only begun at this moment. When the blades met, they split apart with a piercing sound. During this time, both of them had used their full strength. The moment the blades separated, a cold killing intent flashed in both of their eyes at the same time. Then, in an instant, they attacked with their blades. Shwa! 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 The two of them were like two beams of light constantly chasing and attacking. They struck, swept, and chopped. All kinds of saber moves appeared. Aside from attacking, the two of them were also competing in terms of speed. The ultimate blade. A black saber arc appeared and swept past Hotetter's body, instantly chopping his body into pieces. However, that was only an afterimage left behind by the other party's rapid movement. Then, Zichen's figure flickered and appeared on the other side. The same blade arc swept past the place where he had been standing. Due to the extreme speed of the two people fighting in the field, no one could see where their real bodies were. What they saw were almost all afterimages. One by one, the images appeared and disappeared, constantly disappearing. In the eyes of the crowd, the two people fighting had already disappeared. Only afterimages and saber arcs were left. However, the saber arcs were both short and long. Relying on this, the two of them could see whose afterimage it was. Those people who had been disdainful of Zichen gradually put away their contempt. To be able to fight with Hotetter for so long was enough to prove the other party's strength. Pooh! 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 The slightly longer saber arcs flashed quickly. The shorter ones seemed to slow down, and the frequency of flashing gradually decreased. Several sounds rang out. Strips of cloth fell from the sky and were then cut into several pieces by the two saber arcs. The sharp-eyed people had already seen that the robe was black. It belonged to the person who had fought with Hotetter. It belonged to a latecomer. Schwa! Without waiting for them to guess what had happened on the battlefield, they saw the two figures of light separate, creating a distance of 10 meters. Hotetter stood there unscathed. His breathing had become hurried. Sweat dripped from his forehead, wetting his clothes. There were no obvious wounds on his body. Only a section of his sleeve was torn. Across from him, Zichen's body clearly had several more wounds. His clothes were also incomplete. Dark red bloodstains could be seen in the torn areas. In the quiet surroundings, cheers rang out once more. It was clear that in this battle, Hotetter clearly held the upper hand. In this regard, Xiuqi and the others were not worried. They even felt a bit of disdain in their hearts. They understood Zichen. They knew that Zichen's true speed had yet to be completely revealed. At this moment, he was only slightly slower than Hotetter. Once he used his true speed, Hotetter would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, I am also very good at speed. Even more unfortunately, your speed is slower than mine. Hotetter looked at Zichen and sneered. Oh, there is one more point where I have the advantage. My endurance is greater than yours. You should have consumed quite a bit of it. That's nothing. Zichen lowered his head to look at the wounds on his body. They were all superficial wounds. Not a single one was fatal. Hotetter's speed was actually not as fast as his, but he was at a disadvantage because his cultivation base was lower. Zichen took out a jade bottle and immediately swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. Using something like this to awaken an ability to recover energy at this moment was undoubtedly a waste of a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The smile on Hotetter's face did not fade. He also swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. His advantage was not too obvious for the time being, so he could not be too careless. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, this battle will end in a very short time. Hotetter gripped his blade with both hands as his expression gradually turned ice-cold. This is what I was prepared to say to you. Zichen gripped the broken blade with one hand and charged forward, his figure like a ray of light. Righteous blade net! With a low shout, Hotetter's figure disappeared. Instead, a dense net of blades appeared, bringing with it an unstoppable might as it flew towards Zichen. Zichen was like a fish or a bird that had encountered a large net falling from the sky. There was no way out. Cross-blade art! Zichen swung the broken blade in his hand, forming a cross-blade arc in front of him. This was not a casual strike, but the second move of the 9 extreme blade art. It was even more powerful than the pinnacle blade art. Space seemed to be sliced open by this strike. The crossblade art instantly expanded and met the blade net. With a series of cracking sounds, the net of blades spread out from the middle and split into 4 parts, moving to the sides. At the same time, the crossblade arc continued to advance in a straight line, its target being Hotetter. Whoosh! The split blade net disappeared, and the long blade appeared once again, blocking the crossblade arc. A clanging sound rang out as Hotetter's figure retreated. But as he retreated, his eyes were fixed on Zi-Chen, a sinister smile on his face. Pa! Zi-Chen's robe split open, revealing a web-like wound on his chest. Blood flowed out from the wound. This injury was not fatal, but it was shocking. If he had been faster and more ruthless, Zi-Chen's body would have been torn apart by this strike. On the ground, Hotetter, who had retreated close to the ground, left behind 2 deep ravines. He stood at the end of the ravine, looking at Zi-Chen and saying 3 moves. In 3 moves, your body will be completely separated by the blade net. The battle will be over in 3 moves. Such confident words caused cheers to ring out from the crowd. This guy is really strong. He even forced her to use the heavenly blade net. This should be his strongest move so far. If he can block it, Ter will not be able to do anything to him. His crossblade art can easily break the blade net. It should be a very strong blade art. Unfortunately, his speed is still his weakness. If he meets other 3rd-level hunters, he may be able to win. But against her, who is good at speed, he has almost no chance of winning, unless his speed is faster than Ter's. No one thought that Zi-Chen could be faster than Hotetter because he was good at speed. This was also the main reason why their forces invited him to join. This battle seemed to be over now. Hotetter also said that he only needed 3 moves to kill Zi-Chen. 3 moves? Zi-Chen looked at Hotetter and smiled coldly. Then he stretched out a finger and said, 1 move. This battle will be over in 1 move. Although it's a little difficult, maybe I can really kill you after 1 move. Hotetter sneered. After that, he rushed forward with his blade, faster than before. Heavenly blade net. The saber net, which was denser and stronger than before, appeared once again, wanting to envelop Zi-Chen within it. Buzz! Zi-Chen's body suddenly burst with a strong light. His speed, which was already very fast, more than doubled at this moment. His speed was like a real stream of light. Before the blade net could envelop him, he went around it from the other side and arrived in front of Hotetter. This scene happened so fast that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the eyes could not catch the changes. Crossblade art. Zi-Chen's cold voice sounded. The crossblade arc appeared outside the blade net and went toward Hotetter, who was close at hand. Under such circumstances, Hotetter showed extraordinary adaptability. He dodged to the side, and the blade net in front of him disappeared in an instant. Then he blocked in front of him with his long blade. These movements were almost done in 1 breath. His reaction could be said to be very timely. However, compared to Zi-Chen, he was much slower this time. When he used his long blade to block in front of him, the crossblade arc had already reached the back of the long blade in his hand and swept past his forehead. Puff! The blade arc cut through Hotetter's body, leaving a cross mark between his eyebrows. Blood flowed from the wound. Chapter 2333. Originally, Hotetter said that the battle would end in 3 moves, but it ended in just 1 move. This proved Zi-Chen's words, and the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The whole place became dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror, and they felt that it was unbelievable. On the battlefield, Hotetter, who was full of confidence, stood there motionless. The long saber in his right hand was in front of his chest, and his movements and expression were frozen. Zi-Chen appeared behind him with his back facing Hotetter. He held the broken saber in his hand tightly and stood there motionless. The 2 of them seemed to be frozen, and the expressions of the people around them were also completely frozen. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. After an unknown amount of time, there were heavy breathing sounds, followed by exclamations, an uproar, and all kinds of disbelief. After the silence, the surroundings were noisy. Dead. Hotetter is dead. The opponent's final speed was simply too fast. The two middle-aged men and Lin Sai's expressions changed drastically. They had invited Hotetter to join the team because he was fast and strong. He had made a name for himself in Mingfei Town, and he had great potential. But they did not expect that he would be killed by a level 2 brat this time. Of course, this also proved that their information was wrong. Hotetter had advanced to level 3. The discussion around them became more intense, and no one could accept what they had seen. Some people naively thought that the battle was not over. Pum! Hotetter's body fell, and the last hope of the crowd was extinguished. Uft! Zi Qin, who was standing still, could not hold it in any longer. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground, using the broken saber to support himself. It seemed that he had suffered a serious injury. 1 dead and 1 injured. This result was still acceptable to the crowd. After all, Hotetter was an extremely powerful existence. I knew that Zi Chun would not lose. Tang Pu clenched his fist and said excitedly, Xiao Qi, and the rest nodded. At this moment, they were even more excited than Zi Qin. He should have just advanced to level 3, but he killed Ter. He is stronger than Ter. What, you want to invite him? Of course, such an expert should join us. After he finished speaking, he prepared to step forward and explain his purpose in coming to invite the other party. At the same time, Xiao Qi and the others prepared to go to Zi Chen's place. After all, Zi Chen was injured and needed to be taken care of. However, there was someone who was even faster than them. It was not just one person, but a group of people. There were more than 10 of them. They appeared from all directions and went straight for Zi Qin. This scene caused the crowd to cry out in surprise. Needless to say, these people were all from the Hort family. It was impossible for them to let Hort Tull die, and it was also impossible for them to let the seriously injured enemy leave. Zi Qin knelt on the ground and didn't make any further movements. It seemed that his injuries were too severe and he couldn't move. The others rushed over from all directions, each holding a weapon in their hands. Then they charged toward Zi Qin. The change happened so quickly that no one could react in time. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Zi Qin. Their weapons were about to pierce Zi Chen's body. At this moment, they had surrounded Zi Qin. No one outside could see what had happened, and of course, no one saw what happened next. Buzz! A light trembling sound came from Zi Chen's arm. A black light rushed out from it and spread out in all directions at an indescribable speed. At this moment, everyone had already attacked. They had already determined that Zi Qin had no chance to fight back and that he would be killed in the next moment. It was inevitable that they would let their guard down. Therefore, at this moment, the black light suddenly appeared. They didn't have time to block it, nor did they have the ability to block it. The black light circled around everyone and then returned to Zi Chen's side. It then circled around him and returned to his sleeve. At this moment, many of the attacks had arrived in front of him. They were very close, but they had all stopped. Zi Qin, with his sharp senses, could clearly sense who had the intention to kill him. After killing Hotetter, he had already anticipated that such a scene would occur. No matter how many level 2 hunters there were among these people, Zi Qin could easily kill all of them. The commotion was still ringing out. No one knew what the situation on the battlefield was like. When these people fell to the ground and Zi Qin stood up, the surroundings were in an uproar. Dead. So many aptitude users had died in an instant. Zi Qin, who was heavily injured and shouldn't have been able to dodge these attacks, had miraculously stood up without any injuries on his body. No one knew what had just happened or how these people had died. The scene was too strange. This is it. This is what happened. Lindsay saw this scene and cried out, "My green dark serpent was killed like this. It was killed in an instant." Beside him, The two middle-aged men were frowning. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't see what had just happened. They only felt that something had flashed past. The upheaval had happened too quickly, and the scene had changed too quickly, making it difficult for the crowd to adapt. However, those who felt sorry for Hotetter's death no longer thought that Zichen was weaker than Hotetter after seeing the corpses on the ground. Moreover, what was supposed to be a fair competition was no longer fair because of the appearance of these people. For a moment, the crowd was quite critical of the Huotei family's actions. What a ruthless kid! A cold voice sounded out from the crowd. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked out and stared at Zichen. His eyes were filled with undisguised, murderous intent. At first glance, Zichen only had one feeling in his heart, and that was danger. It was a feeling that was 10 times more dangerous than Hotetter. The killing intent in his eyes was clearly directed at him. It was also clear that he was from the Huotei family. You obviously weren't seriously injured, but you deliberately pretended to be so that you could take the opportunity to kill these people. You're too scheming. I can't let you live, the middle-aged man said coldly. He walked towards Zichen step by step, giving Zichen great pressure. He clenched the broken sword in his right hand and took a deep breath. He forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart and prepared to use the heavenly thunder wings again. The crowd quieted down again. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the middle-aged man. This person's reputation was even greater than Hotetter's. He also had a glorious battle record. Now he was the representative of the Huotei family in Mingfei town. Hotetter Bowen, a rank 4 hunter, a true powerhouse. Who would have thought that a fair duel would turn out like this? Looking at Bowen's expression, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Zichen. Those who didn't think highly of Zichen before now sympathized with him. After all, his potential was greater than Hotetter's, but he was going to die at the hands of a rank 4 hunter. Zichen's expression quickly calmed down. He wasn't afraid of battle. He had never been afraid. Even if he was facing a rank 4 hunter, he still wouldn't be afraid. Just when everyone thought that there would be another battle, a low voice suddenly sounded. "Bowen, what are you doing?" A low voice sounded out, and a person walked out from another direction, heading towards them. Behind this person there were 2 people. One of them was a young man. This young man stared at Zichen with an unfriendly gaze. "Dunley, you want to stop me?" Bowen looked at this person, frowned, and said coldly, "This is a fair duel. It's a pity that Hotetter died, but as a rank 4 hunter, you can't interfere." The middle-aged man named Dunley said. To be able to speak to a rank 4 hunter in such a tone, it was obvious that the other party was at least a rank 4 hunter. "He's an enemy of the Huotei family. He's our target. Today's duel isn't fair. He must die," Bowen emphasized. "This is the rule of the Huotei family. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with him, but he's a member of Annihilation Dragon. This duel must be fair." Dunley didn't back down. Zichen didn't know what Annihilation Dragon was, but he could guess that it was a force that wasn't weaker than the Huotei family. When the spectators heard the 2 words Annihilation Dragon, their expressions changed again. "He's a member of Annihilation Dragon? Are you kidding? You don't even know his name, right?" "His name isn't important. What's important is whether or not he's a member of Annihilation Dragon." Dunley turned to Zichen and said, "Little guy, Hotetter joined Annihilation Dragon earlier. He's a member of Annihilation Dragon, but he was killed by you, so there's a spot left. Do you want to join Annihilation Dragon?" The people around all looked at Zichen with envy and jealousy. It seemed that Zichen had gotten a great deal. "I'm willing." Zichen didn't think too much and nodded decisively. If he didn't agree, the other party obviously wouldn't help him. Today's duel must go on. Even if he could kill this level 4 hunter named Hort Bowen, no one could be sure that there would be others who would appear. Dunley's appearance was an opportunity that Zichen must seize. "Very good. You're a member of Annihilation Dragon." Nodding at Zichen, Dunley looked back at Huotei Bowen and said, "Annihilation Dragon's rule is that all grudges must be settled 1-on-1. He's a level 3 hunter, so you can send a level 3 hunter. If you don't think a level 3 hunter is enough and want a level 4 hunter, then Annihilation Dragon will send a level 4 hunter. Looking at Bowen's ugly face, Chen was full of curiosity about this Annihilation Dragon force. This was a good rule, very humane. The deadlock didn't last long. Bowen turned and left, followed by the other members of the Hua Te family and the corpses on the ground. Chapter 2334. The battle was over, and there was no more good show to watch. The spectators gradually dispersed. In today's battle, they had witnessed the rise of Chen, the fall of the brilliant Hotechuer, and the shameless behavior of the Hotechuer family. Their hearts were filled with regret. Xiao Qi and the other three also left with the crowd. Chen was with those people, so his life was definitely not in danger. Next, they would have to exchange the Moonwolf pelts for sacred source fluid. They couldn't compare to Chen. Chen had broken through to level 3 in a short time, but they had spent many years to reach level 2. The gap between them and Chen would only grow larger. Moreover, the organization Chen had joined was clearly a powerful one. They didn't need to worry about Chen at all. My name is Dun Li, level 4 hunter. After the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged man who stood up for Chen introduced himself. Chen. Very good. Chen, you made the right choice today. Annihilation Dragon will not disappoint you. Let me introduce you. This is Yuan Hong, a level 4 hunter like me. This is Lin Sai, a level 3 hunter. Chen looked at the two and nodded. He was shocked at how powerful Annihilation Dragon was. They actually had 2 level 4 hunters. Yuan Hong looked at Chen and said with a smile, Chen, welcome to the team. As for Lin Sai, he snorted at Chen. Seeing the obvious hostility in his eyes, Chen said, Do we know each other? Compensate me with 2 dark serpents, or we fight again. Lin Sai said indifferently. Chen's eyes flashed, and his expression turned cold. You're that treacherous beastmaster. What do you mean by treacherous? Lin Sai said unhappily. All right, whatever happened between the 2 of you was just a misunderstanding caused by Hotetter. We're all on the same side from now on. Annihilation Dragon has a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. Dun Li waved his hand and said, Now that we're in town, Chen, you should change your outfit. In the previous battle, Chen's body had been swept by the saber net. The wounds on his body were shocking, and his robe had been torn in many places. He looked very miserable. Chen nodded, and the group walked towards the small town. Lindsay did not continue to show any hostility, but neither did he exchange pleasantries with Chen. It was as if they were strangers. What kind of force is Annihilation Dragon? What do I need to do after joining? Chen asked as he entered the town. It's a mercenary organization, and I'm the leader of one of the teams. We usually look for escort missions to earn some income. Moreover, everyone is doing the mission together. There's no need for anyone to act alone, Yuan Hong explained. If a mercenary group could make the Hort family feel apprehensive, it was obvious that this mercenary group was not small. The missions we take are all big ones, and the rewards are great. The risk is relatively low. Dun Li patted Chen's shoulder and said, You're in luck. We've only taken 1 mission this time, and I'm sure we'll leave in a few days. The rewards will be amazing. So this is the exciting battle? It's so boring. That guy named Ter can't even take a hit. A few hundred meters away from the battle, when the crowd dispersed, a clear voice filled with dissatisfaction sounded. The speaker was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old. Her long hair was loose, and she was wearing tight clothes that outlined her beautiful figure. Her beautiful face was filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Beside the girl stood an old man. He was wearing a long white robe, and his face was old. He stood a step behind the girl, like a butler. For a level 3 hunter, this battle is already very exciting. Every single one of them has displayed an extremely strong combat talent. The girl said hopefully, You call that great talent in battle? It looked like 2 kittens were fighting. No, it's not as interesting as kittens fighting. Their talent is much worse than yours, miss. It's not even 1,000th of yours. But it's rare to see such a battle in a small place like this. In a place like this battle is indeed exciting. The old man in white robe said again. He knew what his miss liked to hear, so he deliberately chose to say something nice. If he really had to give an evaluation of the battle just now, it was not as simple as exciting. The skills displayed by the young man who won moved him. Among those of the same level, there were very few who could be stronger than him. He was a true genius. It's not bad. Let's go. We'll go back and eat something good and have fun for a few days before we leave. The girl did not dwell on the battle just now. She immediately walked towards the town, looking lively and active. The old man in white robe smiled helplessly and followed her. Zichen's potential was much higher than Hotetter's. Since he agreed to join the Dragon Slayer organization, they certainly could not let Zichen run around Mingfei town like a fly. Dan Li directly brought Zichen to a shop and picked a few good quality black robes. Why did you pick so many? Zichen expressed his doubts. Dan Li explained that there might be a battle, and it was not suitable for his clothes to be torn. Also, Zichen was good at speed, so he could not wear those heavy armors, so he had to prepare a few more. When they first came, Zichen asked Old Fartway if he had any acquaintances to rely on, just like how Old Fart John Wu asked him to find Old Fartway so that they could take care of each other. Obviously, Zichen's expectations were too high. In this small town, Old Fartway did not have any acquaintances. Although the Life Star was huge, it could not be compared to the three forces working for the God Clan. They were unable to develop and arrange everything. Most of the people who came to the Life Star did things their own way. Coming out of the shop, according to Zichen's request, the few of them brought Zichen to a large general store. Here, they had almost everything. Zichen did not pick anything useful from the store, so he directly walked into a private room. That was the place to buy some secret things. After entering, there was naturally a service staff who came to receive him. Looking at Zichen, he asked, "Do you have the 5-colored poison fog here?" The poison fog was divided into 9 colors, and the 9 colors were the strongest. It was said that it could kill all living things and belonged to the category of poison that did not appear in the world. Zichen had resistance towards the poison fog. He had seen the 4-colored poison fog at Old Fart G's place. Old Fart Go only had a little of it, and Zichen had personally experienced it. He could resist it. At that time, Old Fart Go had said that if he wanted something stronger, he had to come to Mingfei town. The service staff hesitated for a moment, then nodded and left the room. After a moment, he took 2 jade bottles and walked in. One of the jade bottles contained the poison fog, while the other contained the antidote. Zichen looked at the service staff and said, "Don't come in without my order." The service staff left and closed the door. The 5-colored poison fog was something that could kill a level 4 hunter. If Zichen was able to withstand it, then he would have another trump card to play. In fact, he could buy the 4-colored poison fog, and he could resist it 100%. However, he had encountered 3 level 4 hunters when he had just arrived in this town. This made Zichen have no choice but to be cautious. He picked up the jade bottle that contained the antidote and rubbed it gently. His expression became hesitant. After a few breaths, he finally made up his mind. He put down the antidote in his hand, picked up the jade bottle that contained the poison fog, and opened it. The 5-colored poison fog filled the air. Zichen put the 5-colored poison fog to his nose and took a deep breath. The 5-colored poison fog entered his body through his nose. In an instant, the 5-colored poison fog began to spread in his body. Zichen felt short of breath and dizzy. A sense of discomfort spread throughout his body. With the invasion of the 5-colored poison fog, he gradually lost all feeling in his body. It was as if he was paralyzed, and it was very difficult for him to move. This feeling spread throughout his body, making Zichen a little worried. He didn't want to be killed by the Huete clan, but instead die from the poison fog. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to reach out and swallow the antidote. However, at this moment, he couldn't control his body. The scenery in front of him was constantly changing. He trembled as he reached out his hand several times, but he couldn't accurately grasp the jade bottle that contained the antidote. At this moment, he wanted to call for help, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He couldn't make any sound. The god of death began to hover around him. Death could come at any time. He didn't know if it was the stimulation of the poison that caused Zi-Chen's body to change, or if it was the poison resistance in his body that was angered. A light trembling sound came from his body. Then the poison seemed to have met its nemesis and began to retract. It entered his lungs and was squeezed out from his lungs. Accompanied by a long exhalation, Zi-Chen's sense of discomfort dissipated, and he regained control of his body. After regaining control of his body, Zi-Chen gasped for breath. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked. His action just now was too risky, and he almost lost his life because of it. However, it also aroused his body's resistance, and the 5-colored poison fog no longer posed the slightest threat to him. In order to make a positive conclusion, Zi-Chen held the antidote in one hand and the jade bottle of poison fog in the other. He took a deep breath again. After the poison fog entered his body, it was like ordinary air. It came out of his body with a breath, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Success! Putting down the antidote and jade bottle, Zi-Chen's eyes were full of excitement. Now he had another trump card. Even if he met Huate Bowen again, he would have the power to fight. He believed that in the 5-colored poison fog, even if his opponent wasn't poisoned to death, his battle strength would be greatly reduced. After the poison fog in the room completely dispersed, Zi-Chen called the service staff and decided to buy some antidotes and a large amount of 5-colored poison fog. Although he had a lot of sacred origin fluid on him, Zi-Chen's heart still beat fiercely when he heard the price of the antidote and the 5-colored poison fog. As expected of a poison fog that could kill a Class 4 hunter, this price was enough to make many people retreat. Therefore, Zi-Chen could only grit his teeth and cut his budget in half, only buying a few antidotes and a small amount of 5-colored poison fog. When he walked out of the room, Zi-Chen found that the 3 people were still waiting for him. He could only greet them and say that he still needed to find a few friends. Zi-Chen wanted to find Xiao Qi and the others. They had brought so many resources to Mingfei town, and Zi-Chen was still a little worried. During the battle earlier, he sensed that the 4 people hadn't left, and they were clearly worried about his safety. When Zi-Chen saw the 4 people, they were choosing puppets for Tang Pu. It was a large shop with a lot of people, but the 4 people were looking at the puppets outside. Chapter 2335. Zi-Chen didn't know what kind of organization Annihilation Dragon was, but that didn't stop him from guessing how powerful it was. Along the way, someone recommended Xiao Qi and the other 3 to join. What do you think Annihilation Dragon is? A garbage shelter? The minimum requirement to join Annihilation Dragon is to be a 4th-level hunter. 3rd-level hunters aren't qualified at all. That was what Lindsay said. He and Zi-Chen were both 3rd-level hunters, but 3rd-level hunters weren't qualified to join. This wasn't a contradiction, but a fact. 3rd-level hunters could only be invited and they couldn't join. Those who were invited were all level 4 existences with extremely high potential. Annihilation Dragon didn't want ordinary 3rd-level hunters. Lindsay was a beastmaster, so he was naturally qualified to be invited. Zi-Chen had killed her, who was qualified, so he was also qualified. However, the 4 2nd-level hunters obviously didn't have such qualifications, even if they knew that Xiangxian had a mysterious eye technique. Zi-Chen, you came at the right time. What do you think of this puppet? Seeing Zi-Chen's arrival, the 4 of them revealed looks of joy. Tang Pu even pulled Zi-Chen aside, wanting him to take a look at the puppet before him. It was a saber-toothed tiger that was one, 5 meters tall and 3 meters long. It looked very powerful. Pointing at the saber-toothed tiger, Tang Pu introduced it. This is one of the best second-level puppets. It's very powerful in both speed and combat power. It can be used to kill enemies or as a mount. It's simply too cool. Tang Pu was very satisfied with this puppet, and he clicked his tongue in admiration. However, the gazes of those who occasionally walked past the shop contained a rare trace of disdain when they looked at Tang Pu. How much sacred source liquid does this puppet cost? Zichen asked. More than 40 drops. Tang Pu pursed his lips. This was what he was most dissatisfied with. The boss is too stingy. He won't even give us 40 drops of sacred source liquid. Zichen looked at Tang Pu and teased. Don't you usually say that you're very good at controlling puppets? Why don't you buy a third-level puppet? I'd like to, but it's too expensive, and it's too taxing on my body. I can't afford it for the time being, and it's not practical. Although they had gained quite a lot from following Zichen, they had wasted a lot of it on their breakthroughs, so they didn't have much left. Not bad. Let's buy it then. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger nod, Zichen looked at Xiuqi and said, Have you exchanged everything? It's over. The Moon Wolf pelts were exchanged for 3 drops each, and the Moon Wolf King pelts were exchanged for 10 drops each. That's a total of 750 drops. Xiuqi took out the sacred origin fluid. There was a lot of 700 drops in the jade bottle. Zichen took all of them and didn't distribute them to them. They didn't have any objections either. Tang Pu reluctantly took out his sacred source fluid and bought the saber-toothed tiger. After a brief moment of heartache, a satisfied smile appeared on his face when he saw the saber-toothed tiger move. Zichen took the sacred source fluid and walked into the shop. There were 3 humanoid puppets in black steel armor and weapons in their hands. With Zichen's master eyesight, he could naturally tell that the quality of the weapons was pretty good. What's the price of these puppets? Zichen asked the puppet in the middle, which was a head taller than him. Their grade. 3 puppets. They're wearing steel armor for defense and require 245 drops of sacred source fluid, the attendant respectfully explained. Zichen, you're also interested in puppets. Xiuqi and the other 3 caught up. No, I'm just asking. Zichen shook his head and continued to wander around the shop. The attendant followed beside Zichen. Zichen pointed at a set of women's light armor and said, What about this? It's made from silver crystals fused with the scales of a grade 3 pseudo-divine beast. Its defense is extremely strong and doesn't affect its speed. It requires 180 drops of sacred source fluid. What about these 2? Zichen pointed at the 2 inner armors made from scales. 80 drops of sacred source fluid for each. What about these swords? Zichen pointed at the 2 swords. They're high-quality weapons. 100 for each. Zichen nodded in satisfaction. He then took out the sacred source fluid that Xiuqi had given him and said, Here are 750 drops of sacred source fluid in exchange for these items. If we have a deal, we'll take the items. The attendant following Zichen was taken aback. He did a quick mental calculation. The total price of those items was 785 drops of sacred source fluid. The other party had only offered 750 drops, which was a difference of 35 drops. Zichen, what are you doing? The 4 people following behind Zichen looked at Zichen with complicated gazes. They had originally thought that Zichen was just curious, but never had they imagined that Zichen would really want to buy those items. None of the items he had chosen could be used by him. Needless to say, Zichen couldn't use the puppets at all. It was the same for the women's light armor. As for the inner armor, it would affect Zichen's speed. Although he could use the swords, they couldn't compare to Zichen's broken saber. In that case, it was obvious that Zichen had bought it for them. That was more than 700 drops of sacred source fluid. Before they met Zichen, the largest amount of sacred source fluid they had ever seen was only about 20 drops. Zi Chen looked at the hesitant attendant and said, "Look, they don't want it. If you don't agree, I'll take the sacred source fluid away." The latter subconsciously snatched the sacred source fluid away. What kind of joke was this? How could he give away something that was already in his hands so easily? Moreover, the price was completely acceptable. The deal was concluded just like that. Zi Chen received the items and handed them over to the four of them. "You guys don't have an advantage in terms of speed. It'll be much better if you have inner armor in battle. The same goes for weapons. Only good weapons can bring you greater rewards." Zi Chen handed the weapons and inner armor to Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin. Two of them were in charge of fighting in this four-man team. "Our fate began after you crashed into me. I'm very glad that you didn't kill me back then. However, you won't be a meat shield in the future. You'll be the main force. Use your power wisely and don't consume too much of it." Zi Chen handed the humanoid puppet to Tang Pu. The latter nodded repeatedly, but he didn't know what to say. It was rare for a man like him to have red eyes. Finally, it was Xiang Xian, the beautiful girl. "Your position in the team is very special and also very crucial. However, if there's a real crisis, it'll be very difficult for you to avoid it. With this armor, you'll be of some use." Zi Chen handed the female armor to Xiang Xian. The usually carefree Xiang Xian's eyes turned red as she threw herself into Zi Chen's arms and said, "Are you leaving?" Zi Chen gently patted her back and said, "I'll be leaving soon. That organization is very special. Those below level 3 aren't qualified to join. They can only passively wait for an invitation." This was Zi Chen's explanation. After leaving Zi Chen's arms, Xiang Xian wiped her tears and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going out on a mission. I'll listen to their arrangements as to where I'm going. Then you have to be careful. You've known me for a while, so you should be even more careful. Be careful that the Hort family won't be able to find me and will shift their anger onto you guys." After that, Zi Chen hugged the three of them one by one before turning around and leaving. The four of them sent Zi Chen off with red eyes. After today's parting, they didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again in the future. Not only is his potential better than Ter's, but his mentality and character are also much better than Ter's. I'm very satisfied with this kid. As he watched Zi Chen walk over, Dunley nodded in satisfaction. They had all seen the scene from before. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell that the several hundred drops of sacred origin liquid should have belonged to Zi Chen. However, Zi Chen had used them to buy defensive equipment for them. Indeed, compared to Ter, he's much stronger in every aspect. He's indeed the best candidate. Yuan Hong nodded, admiration in his eyes. Even as a grade 4 hunter, he did not believe that he had such courage. "Humph, since you're so generous, why don't you compensate me with 2 dark serpents?" Lin Sai snorted, but the dissatisfaction and enmity towards Zi Chen had disappeared from his eyes. Behind Xiao Qi and the other 3, an old man and a young lady walked past them and entered the shop. "Let's go. Our accommodations have already been arranged. All we have to do now is wait for our mission." Dun Li stepped forward and put his arm around Zi Chen's shoulder as they walked forward like old friends. Zi Chen's room had already been arranged in the inn. After returning to his room, Zi Chen swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. As for Xiao Qi and the other 3, this was all he could do. What they chose next was up to the 4 of them. After swallowing the sacred origin liquid, Zi Chen's strength continued to grow, and he was very satisfied with this growth rate. Dun Li's team had a total of 5 members. Including him, it was a total of 6. On the following day, Zi Chen met the 2 members separately, and he increasingly felt that his strength was too low. Both of them were grade 4 hunters. One of them was a puppeteer like Tom, while the other was in existence with extremely powerful strength. In comparison, he and Lin Sai were the weakest of the group. Lin Sai was a beast master and should have many pseudo-divine beasts under his control. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, Zichen was the weakest. In the following 2 days, Zichen gained a deeper understanding of the two. The puppeteer was called Jiego, while the one with extraordinary strength was called Menta. Both of them had been invited to join the team when they were grade 3 hunters, and they clearly had extraordinary means. On the 4th day, Dunley gathered everyone and said that it was time to go out on a mission. In the room, the 6 of them gathered together. Dunley took out 2 bottles of sacred origin liquid and said, "There are 300 drops in this bottle for you, Zichen. There are 400 drops for you, Linsai." This distribution might be a little unfair, but it was based on Dunley's evaluation of the 2 strength. At the same time, Dunley said, "If there are any special contributions during the mission, the reward will be increased after the mission." Chapter 2336. Dunley's arrangements were very appropriate. They were distributed according to everyone's battle power, and no one had any objections. His evaluation of Zichen was limited to the battle back then. As for Zichen's poison resistance, Dunley might be able to give him extra points if he knew about it. However, Zichen did not plan on being so ostentatious. That was his greatest trump card against the level 4 hunters. Lin Sai took his share and deliberately glanced at Zichen with a teasing smile in his eyes. That expression was clearly saying, "Look, you can't compare to me." Although Lin Sai had stopped deliberately giving Zichen attitude over the past few days, there was still some unintentional competition between them. Zichen chose to ignore it and silently took his share. In truth, he was still very shocked inside. Getting several hundred drops of sacred source liquid for a single mission was undoubtedly a huge mission. There was no need to think about it to know that the 4 level 4 hunters would receive even more. The total amount of sacred source liquid for this mission was over 1,000 drops. This made Zichen wonder just what kind of mission would be worth such a high reward. He guessed that this should be a large caravan with a long queue of goods. What's more, they should all be very valuable items. In this way, the rewards of this trip would be proportional to the effort. However, Zichen was completely dumbfounded when he saw the employer. The employer was just an old man, and his so-called long queue was just a carriage pulled by a wildebeest. What kind of goods could such a small carriage hold? Unless it was filled with sacred source liquid, the old man would suffer a huge loss on this mission. "Steward Mac, this is a new member of our team. He's called Zichen," Dunley introduced after meeting the old man. Steward Mac looked at Zichen and nodded. "I saw the battle a few days ago. It was very exciting." "Steward Mac, you're too polite." After a simple exchange, the group left the town. Outside the town, Yuan Hong and Yigo were already waiting. Behind them was a wildebeest cart with many things on it. "Let's go." Dunley motioned for Zichen to follow. He took the lead and walked in front of Steward Mac's carriage, taking the initiative to lead the way. Lin Sai followed behind him. As for Yuan Hong and the other 2, they jumped directly onto the wildebeest carriage and followed behind unhurriedly. The entire team appeared to be lazy and relaxed. They didn't look like mercenaries at all. However, Zichen considered that they had just left the town and there wouldn't be any danger, so he didn't mind. Moreover, Dunley, who was obviously stronger in the team, was still in front of him. Once something unexpected happened, Dunley would be able to react in time. "What are we escorting?" As they moved forward, Zichen asked in a low voice. He was very curious about this high-priced mission. "Things." Dunley was startled. "Not things. You put things in your carriage." "Then what are we escorting?" "You'll understand after a while." Dunley didn't tell Zichen what was in the carriage. After traveling for more than 10 miles, Dunley suddenly stopped. This made Zichen tense up. He immediately released his perception, but didn't find anything unusual. He also stopped with Dunley, but the carriage beside him didn't stop. Lin Sai didn't stop either. Instead, he smiled at Zichen. "Is there a situation?" Zichen asked. "No, keep going." Dunley waved his hand and said, Zichen didn't leave. Why aren't you leaving? Dun Li asked doubtfully. You didn't leave. I'm tired. I need to rest. While they were talking, the wildebeest handcart behind them had already caught up. Dong Li jumped directly onto the handcart. It could be seen that there was no other space on the small handcart at the moment. It was all filled with goods. Dun Li spread his hands at Zichen, showing a helpless expression. Yuan Hong and the others looked at Zichen and laughed. Zichen looked back at Lin Sai, who was walking in front. He seemed to understand that this trip might not be dangerous, and he and Lin Sai, as level 3 hunters, were just running errands. So he could only move forward resentfully. He went back to the carriage and silently followed it like a loyal guard. Just like that, they walked for about a mile. Suddenly, a fierce tiger rushed out of the forest. It was a saber-toothed tiger. Its size was not much different from the saber-toothed tiger puppet Zichen saw. After it appeared, it rushed towards them, its tiger eyes filled with cold light. Roar! The tiger's roar was deafening. If Tang Pu saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Such a sudden change shocked Zichen, and he subconsciously reached for his broken sword. However, just as his right hand was about to move, his next step was abruptly halted. At this moment, with his sharp senses, he saw that the others were indifferent to this sudden change. There was even a hint of mockery in their expressions. He was sure that the mockery was directed at him. They were waiting for him to be humiliated or make a fool of himself. Damn it, it must be Lin Sai's doing. Zichen immediately guessed the reason, so he pretended that he had nothing to do and continued to move forward. The saber-toothed tiger came quickly. Seeing that it was heading straight for Zichen, Zichen did not even have the slightest bit of defense. The saber-toothed tiger arrived in front of Zichen, opened its mouth and leaped. When it was inches away from Zichen, the saber-toothed tiger leaped past Zichen, circled behind him, and returned to Lin Sai. Haha, good job, Zichen! Yuan Hong's voice rang out from behind. Good job! Really good job! Then, Yuji's dissatisfied voice rang out. This little guy is really brave. He lost 100 drops of sacred origin, liquid, just like that. I say, that's a saber-toothed tiger. Why didn't you dodge or attack? Where's your professionalism as a mercenary? It turned out that the two of them had been betting on how Zichen would react to the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger arrived in front of Lin Sai and crouched down. The latter stroked the saber-toothed tiger's head, turned around, and smiled mockingly at Zichen. He then jumped onto the saber-toothed tiger's back. Thus, an awkward scene ensued. The 4 rank 4 hunters sat on the handcart, silently following behind. Lin Sai sat on the saber-toothed tiger's back and walked at the very front. Zichen, who had looked like a bodyguard before, now looked like a coachman, following beside the cart. Moreover, he was the only one walking in the entire group. Is this the treatment of the weakest? Zichen rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. Zichen, don't mind it. We all walked like this back then. You'll get used to it, slowly. Yuan Hong's voice rang out from the handcart behind them. He seemed to be in a good mood after winning 100 drops of sacred origin liquid, and he even began to consider Zichen's feelings. Zichen, you can only walk like this until you reach rank 4. You'll have to get used to it, even if you don't want to, Yugo said. Yuan Hong, let's make another bet. Let's see how far Zichen can walk before he gets angry. I remember that Ter got angry after walking 50 miles, and that was with 100 drops of sacred origin liquid. I bet that Zichen can last 100 miles. After all, he's someone who killed Ter. His endurance should be better than Ter's. I bet more than 200 miles. Yuan Hong's voice rang out. Dan Li Menta, do you two want to join in? Yuji's voice rang out again. The 4 people on the cart began to gamble without any scruples. They didn't even try to lower their voices, which made Zichen smile even more bitterly. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and turned to Yago. Count me in. I bet 300 drops of sacred origin liquid that I can last more than 300 miles. Upon hearing Zichen's voice, Yigu and the others all turned to look at Zichen. When they saw his expression, they were slightly taken aback. They remembered how Tur had been so angry when they'd been traveling with him. He'd wanted nothing more than to fight them to the death. However, Zichen hadn't. He'd even wanted to join in. Yuan Hong's eyes immediately lit up. He turned back and said, "I'll also bet 300 drops. No, 500 drops." Danli stroked his chin. "Since everyone's interested, I'll bet 500 drops as well." "Me too." Menta's voice rang out. "It's too late." Yigu turned to Zichen and said, "Kid, as a newcomer, you don't have the right to place a bet. Just walk properly. Walk until you reach rank 4. Then you'll have the right to bet here. It's fine if you don't have the right. If you want to win, you can give me half of the resources. I guarantee that I'll get angry after walking for a while. I won't even be able to walk 50 miles. Zichen said without turning back. "That's not bad. Who else wants to bet?" Yigu seemed to take it seriously, and his eyes began to shine. Lindsay, who was walking in front, also smiled when he heard the conversation. Compared to Tur, Zichen was stronger in all aspects. The most obvious one was that he didn't have Tur's arrogance. Tur kept on talking about how the Huite clan was. The more he talked about it, the more people felt disgusted. Therefore, everyone jokingly called him Tur instead of Huite Tur. Although this sounded more cordial, it wasn't the case for Hortur. He felt that they were ignoring his greatest reliance. Along the way, Zichen thought to himself that this should be how newcomers are treated. Wasn't there a saying about bullying newcomers? It should be describing his current situation. Judging from everyone's expressions, they didn't seem to care about this escort mission at all. It was obvious that they didn't expect any danger to occur. The only thing that puzzled him was why Steward Mac was willing to spend so much sacred source fluid to hire them on a journey that wasn't dangerous. At this moment, Steward Mac, who was driving the cart, revealed a faint smile as he listened to everyone's teasing. They soon traveled 50 miles. Zichen didn't complain and remained silent the entire time. Because he was right beside him, Steward Mac could see that Zichen would throw a drop of sacred source fluid into his mouth every once in a while. On one hand, it was to ensure that his body had enough sacred source fluid, and on the other hand, it was to improve himself. This was clearly different from Tur, who had complained that he needed to rest after traveling the same distance. No one had any intention of stopping, so Zichen could only follow along. They traveled another 50 miles. After such a long journey, the 4 people on the cart were drowsy and had lost the mood to play around. "Little guy, are you tired?" Steward Mac asked as he looked at Zichen, who had traveled 100 miles. "I'm not tired." Zichen shook his head. "There's another seat here. Come on up." The old man pointed at the empty seat beside him. "That won't do, right?" Zichen was stunned. After all, they were employer and employee. Look at them. Do they look like disciplined people? Steward Mac laughed. Chapter 2337. A black leopard was moving through the forest like a ghost. Its body was vigorous, and its nose was trembling as it looked around vigilantly. After this black leopard passed through the forest quickly. A green snake was shuttling through the forest at a very fast speed. After the green snake left, another big bird flew past silently in the sky. In this forest, for types of pseudo-divine beasts had passed by in a short period of time. If one looked carefully, they would find that they were a distance away from each other and were constantly wandering around as if they were searching for something. Outside this forest, there were 2 carriages moving forward, one in front and one behind. The 4 pseudo-divine beasts always kept a certain distance from the carriages. Every once in a while, the big bird would soar into the sky and circle around the nearby area to check if there were any abnormalities. It was because of the existence of these pseudo-divine beasts that Dun Li and the others were not as vigilant as mercenaries should be, and seemed very relaxed. Of course, this was all thanks to Lindsay. With such a beastmaster, they could save a lot of trouble and be less vigilant. They only needed to be alert and make a move at the critical moment. Zi Chen got into the carriage and chatted with Steward Mac. Of course, most of the time it was Old Man Mac asking questions and Zi Chen listening and answering. During this time, Zi Chen secretly released his perception. He was still very curious about the items in the carriage. However, he could not sense anything in the carriage, as if there was something magical blocking his perception. Zi Chen, how long have you been in this world? Steward Mac asked casually on the carriage. Almost a year. Zi Chen thought for a while and said he did not have much concept of time and did not calculate it carefully. Oh, you have achieved so much in such a short time. That's really amazing, Steward Mac praised sincerely. Zi Chen could sense the kindness of the old man, so he did not hide these unimportant things from him. Steward Mac seemed to be praising sincerely, but in fact, there were huge waves in his heart. In less than a year, how many people in this world were able to achieve such a feat? No one knew the exact number, but Steward Mac believed that none of the geniuses he knew had such an achievement. Previously, his evaluation of Zi Chen was already very high. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at Zi Chen in a new light. When Dun Li and the others woke up from their drowsiness, they found that Zi Chen was nowhere to be seen. Of course, they didn't think that Zi Chen would run away just like that. When they looked at the carriage in front of them, a strange light flashed in their eyes. This Steward Mac was definitely their regular customer. During this period, the 5 of them had visited many places along the way. Tur had joined them later. However, Steward Mac had never let Tur, who was walking, into a carriage. He had never even spoken to Tur. However, they hadn't expected that when it came to Zi Chen, not only would Steward Mac become more talkative, he even invited Zi Chen into the carriage. However, the rude and unreasonable owner of the carriage didn't react at all. They remembered that the owner of the carriage had caused her quite a bit of trouble back then. That rude and unreasonable personality of his had given them quite a headache. Yige and the others also perked up. They were also very surprised by this scene. After their surprise, they felt proud. It was obvious that they had invited a pretty good teammate. Perhaps there were some flaws in his battle prowess, but there were no problems with his character. After traveling for a day, the group stopped to rest at night. Menta went to find some dry branches to start a fire, while Dunley took out some raw meat from the cart and roasted it over the fire. Yuan Hong waved the wine in his hand at Zi Chen. How was this a mission? This was clearly an excursion. Zi Chen shook his head, refusing the other party's good intentions. Drink some. You'll be fine. Yuan Hong smiled, indicating that Zi Chen didn't need to be nervous. This wasn't the first time they'd gone out, and they'd never run into any danger. Even if there was danger, there would be people on guard in advance, so there wouldn't be any accidents. Zi Chen shook his head again. He wasn't used to drinking while on a mission. It was irresponsible to his employer. Of course, the most important reason was that Zi Chen felt that there was some sort of danger here. Of course, this was just his feeling. He didn't sense anything out of the ordinary within the range of his senses. Don't be so nervous. There shouldn't be any danger on this road. It's good to relax appropriately, Steward Mac said to Zi Chen. Zi Chen smiled but didn't say anything. The others busied themselves. Something's wrong. Lindsay's voice suddenly rang out at that moment. As for the 4 people who had a lazy look on their faces earlier, they instantly became alert. Dunley picked up the weapon next to him and turned to look at Lindsay. What's the situation? There's a group heading this way. Their target should be us, Lindsay quickly said. How many people? It's unknown at the moment. Yuan Hong put down the things in his hands and walked towards the handcart. Yige and Menta had already taken quite a few things from the cart. Menta was clad in heavy black armor, and he held a heavy axe in his hand. Beside him, a mechanism clicked as a humanoid puppet appeared. It was like a door god holding two heavy hammers in its hands. Yuan Hong took out a long blade from the handcart. The blade flickered with a black light, and one could tell at a glance that it was made of sacred black crystal. Its quality was extraordinary, and it was abnormally sharp. Their movements were quick and nimble, and they weren't panicked at all. 20 people. Realm unknown. Lindsay's voice rang out once more. You two little fellows, back off. Leave the rest to us. Done, Li walked forward with a large sword in hand. The earth trembled as Menta and the humanoid puppet appeared in front of the carriage. Lindsay took the initiative to back off, at the same time telling Zichen back to the carriage. We won't be participating in this battle. Zichen nodded his head. Even though he still did not sense anything, the sense of danger in his heart had become increasingly intense. Old Man had returned to his seat at some point in time. He watched their actions, silently, his expression calm. A head popped out of the carriage. It was a beautiful young girl. She was standing behind Steward Mac, and not only was she not nervous at all, she seemed abnormally excited instead. There's a good show to watch. Safety is of the utmost importance, Old Man said softly. The young girl stuck out her tongue and went back into the carriage. Zichen and Lindsay returned to guard the carriage, while Dun Li and the others stood 10 meters away, guarding the carriage in 4 directions. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out in the quiet forest. When it rang out, Lindsay said indifferently, There's a rank 4 hunter in the group. At this moment, in the forest, a green snake was cut in half. Beside the green snake, a person fell down, dead from the poison. Black Panther hid in the distance and stared closely at the rapidly advancing group. At this moment, a sharp whistle sounded. An arrow pierced through the air and pierced through Black Panther's forehead. Beside the carriage, Lindsay said in a low voice, There's a powerful archer, at least rank 3. Uft! Another arrow soared into the sky, hitting a large bird. The bird flapped its wings and struggled for a while before falling to the ground. The archer's ability is close to rank 4. After losing another beast tamer, Lindsay came to a positive conclusion. At this moment, all of Lindsay's backup was disappearing one by one, leaving only a palm-sized rat hiding in the weeds, its intelligent little eyes watching the group closely. Uft! Just then, the rat's vision darkened, and it lost consciousness. It had been crushed by a large foot. There's an assassin in the dark. This was Lindsay's last message. All of his surveillance methods had disappeared at this moment. According to Lindsay's information, there was definitely a powerful enemy attacking this time. However, Dun Li's group wasn't nervous at all, and even seemed a bit excited. It's been a long time since someone made a move against the Dragon Slayer. How nostalgic. Dun Li licked his lips, his eyes flashing. I hope it's a worthy opponent this time, or we won't be able to display the prestige of the Dragon Slayer. Menta sneered, clad in heavy armor. The people in the dark appeared in Zichen's perception. There were 20 of them. 19 of them were in one direction, and in another direction, there was one person who was like the night, closing in on them. The other's figure was almost impossible to see, blending into the night. This should be the assassin that Lindsay had spoken of. However, Zichen's perception was able to see all of his movements. Out of the 19, one of them left halfway through the journey, leaving only 18. That person had a robust figure, holding a dark longbow in his hands and carrying a row of arrows on his back. It was the archer. The archer leapt about in the dark, searching for a suitable position to attack. He didn't continue forward. These 18 people quickly charged forward, appearing in everyone's line of sight. "Ha! We really did find a big fish." The leader held a large blade, the blade still stained with the blood of the green snake. When he saw Dun Li's group on guard, he laughed heartily. "You're courting death." Menta roared and charged forward without the slightest hesitation. He was clad in heavy armor, his figure like a mountain. The earth trembled with every step he took, as if he was a moving mountain. He made a beeline for the 18 people. "Kill him." The leader with the large blade shouted, indicating for the others to charge forward. Pung! 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 These people immediately charged forward, but were sent flying in a single exchange. The sound of bones shattering rang out continuously, most of them injured, while the rest died on the spot. Rank 4 hunters! The leader with the large blade was clearly shocked when he saw this. It was at this moment that the humanoid puppet charged forward, the 2 heavy hammers in its hands dancing like a cutting machine as it rapidly reaped the lives of the injured hunters. Damn it, a rank 4 puppet! The leader cursed, his expression extremely ugly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the 17 people under him had died, while the rest were injured. They were almost completely wiped out. Someone's coming from behind. Chapter 2338. As soon as Ziqin called out, Yuan Hong, who'd been on guard, turned around and dashed in the direction behind them. Although they did not see any enemies, nor did they hear the slightest movement, at this moment they had absolute trust in Ziqin, who had just joined them. In the carriage, Steward Mac's calm gaze held a hint of curiosity towards Ziqin. The head that had poked out once more was also curiously sizing up Ziqin. Ziqin was completely on guard at the moment, so he didn't notice the situation in the carriage. When he saw Yuan Hong go to guard the area behind them, he immediately said, Yuan Hong, come back. Humanoid puppets, go over. Ziqin's words were calm, but there was an irrefutable tone to them. Beside him, Lindsay was taken aback and found it rather funny. The weakest existence in the group was actually giving orders at this moment. How was a rank 4 hunter supposed to act? Even Yuan Hong himself was stunned and stopped in his tracks. Hidden within the humanoid puppets, Yigo also turned back to look at Dunley. It seemed that he was the one giving the orders in the group. Yuan Hong, who'd stopped, turned back to look at Dunley with a questioning gaze. Dunley hadn't participated in the battle. He turned back to look at Ziqin, only to see Ziqin's solemn expression and furrowed brow. Ziqin didn't look at him. Switch! Dunley grit his teeth and said decisively, evidently choosing to believe in Ziqin. Within the humanoid puppets, Yigo immediately turned around and retreated without hesitation. His footsteps were very heavy, and the ground thudded as he passed. Although they'd reacted quickly, they'd still been distracted for a while. By the time Yigo reached the designated position, there were already shadows charging in their direction. These shadows were all very tall, and each one was a colossus. Puppets! With Yiji's eyesight, he could naturally see that these were all puppets charging forward. The force of their charge definitely wasn't something that Yuan Hong could withstand. In the entire team, only he and Menta could withstand such an impact. Although Menta's defense was strong, his weapon of choice was an axe. It was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage against these defensive puppets, so he could only be the most suitable candidate. While he was secretly surprised by Ziqin's choice, Yigo didn't hesitate to charge forward. The 2 large hammers in his hands began to dance. They were like high-speed rotating boulders that collided with the puppets. Pung! Pung! The 2 sides collided, and a muffled sound of impact echoed. One puppet after another was sent flying by Yigo. However, even more puppets rushed forward and pounced on Yigo. During this time, the number of violent bears was the largest. Their defense was very strong, their speed was slightly slower, and their strength was moderate. The most important thing was that he could withstand Yiji's powerful attacks. The others admired Ziqin's choice when Yigo blocked these attacks. At the same time, they were also trying to guess what method Ziqin had used to determine the opponent's strength in advance. It looked like Yigo had blocked this wave of attacks, but Ziqin didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, he became even more solemn. He didn't understand what was going on with this team, nor did he know about his employer's situation. However, he could guess that this wasn't an ordinary ambush, but rather a premeditated one. This was because he could sense that an enemy had appeared on his left. The enemy's aura was very strong, and he was a powerful enemy. Yuan Hong, to the left! Zi Chen called out once more, his tone even colder and more unquestionable than before. This time, Yuan Hong didn't look at Dunley, directly charging to the left with his blade in hand. Then he saw a person charge out from the forest on his left. The person in the lead held a long blade in his hand as he charged at Yuan Hong with extreme speed. Clang! Clang! Two blades clashed, sparks flying everywhere as the two became entangled on the battlefield. Yuan Hong clearly had the upper hand, but he didn't have an overwhelming advantage. It was clear that his opponent was also a rank 4 hunter. Immediately afterwards, another person charged out from behind and joined the fray. 2 against 1, Yuan Hong was suppressed. The newcomer was also a rank 4. In an instant, 2 of the 4 rank 4 hunters on Menta's side were entangled by their opponents, while the remaining 2 didn't have time to rescue them. Another rank 4 hunter rushed out from Menta's direction. He was similarly skilled in defense and was tall and clad in heavy armor. He began to exchange blows with Menta. There's an enemy in the last direction as well. There was no time for Dunley to help. Zi Chen's voice rang out once more, and he could sense that a powerful enemy had appeared on his right. With so many rank 4s coming at once, it wasn't hard to see that this was a premeditated ambush. Dunley didn't hesitate to stand on the right side of the carriage. Someone had charged out from there, and although he couldn't see the person's appearance clearly in the dark, Dunley recognized him with a single glance. He exclaimed in shock, "Edgar, it's you." "Haha, Dunley, long time no see." The black figure who'd charged out smiled coldly at Dunley. "Has your Dragon Mountain eaten the guts of a leopard? You actually have the guts to come here and target our Dragon Destroyer. Do you want to see your Dragon Mountain destroyed?" Dunley said coldly. When Steward Mac heard Dunley's words, his calm expression changed slightly. He understood the organization Dragon Mountain very well. It was the only organization in Dragon Mountain Town that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Dragon Destroyer. When he'd first made his choice, he'd considered Dragon Mountain, but in the end he'd chosen the more reputable Dragon Destroyer. He didn't expect to meet Dragon Mountain here today. They were supposed to be mercenaries, but today they'd become bandits. "Dunley, you don't have to be so absolute. As long as we kill you, only the heavens will know what happened today." The level 4 hunter named Edgar sneered and charged towards Dunley. Dunley's expression was extremely serious. In this area, only Dragon Mountain would dare to attack the Dragon Destroyer. And if Dragon Mountain were to attack, they'd definitely be fully prepared. Along the way, they hadn't encountered any danger. That was because Dragon Mountain had been secretly observing and understanding their team. At this moment, Zi Chen had made the best arrangements so that everyone could unleash their full strength. However, they were already at a disadvantage against Dragon Mountain, who was fully prepared. A few thousand meters away from the battlefield, there was a mound. At this moment, there were 2 figures in black standing on top of the mound. They were staring at the battlefield in the distance. "We've been preparing for this attack for half a year. This time he'll definitely die." A hoarse voice was heard. "This time we're fully prepared. My son will definitely die, but I don't understand. Why did we keep hiding instead of attacking with force?" The person next to him asked. "No one knows how strong my son is, but there's always a rumor that he's very strong. He's suspected to be at level 6. This time, we're targeting him to find out how strong he is. Although the guards around him aren't much, there's still a problem. Let's get rid of them first." At this moment on the battlefield, Dunley and the other 3 were all surrounded by the other level 4 hunters. It would be difficult for them to escape for the time being. Only Zi Chen and Lindsay were left on the battlefield. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they weren't in a good situation. Lindsay had already lost his biggest reliance. The only beast he had left was the saber-toothed tiger beside him. He'd always been the scout in the team and had never encountered a situation like this. Although he appeared calm at the moment, one could still see that he was nervous at the moment. Zi Chen was still silent, but he spread out his perception. He was getting more and more pessimistic about the situation in front of him, because, in addition to these strong existences, there were other people in the forest in the distance. These people were rushing towards them. Perhaps they weren't level 4, but there were many of them. They were more difficult to deal with. At this moment, in Zi Chen's perception, a black shadow was moving quickly towards Yuan Hong. It was the assassin. He was one with the night and moved silently. Yuan Hong was fighting with 2 level 4 hunters at the moment, so he didn't notice the assassin. Yuan Hong. The black shadow began to accelerate. Zi Chen didn't even have time to finish his words before the black shadow was already behind Yuan Hong. Clang! Yuan Hong turned around in an instant, and the large saber in his hand slashed forward. Following a clanging sound, the black figure appeared from the darkness and was forced to retreat from the impact. In Zi Chen's perception, the black figure was still as agile as before. He could tell that the opponent was a level 4 hunter who specialized in assassination and not a level 3 hunter. Otherwise, with Yuan Hong's strength, this attack alone would have caused the opponent to cough up blood. Good job, Zi Chen. Yuan Hong's voice rang out. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. If it wasn't for Zi Chen's shout, he would have really fallen into the trap this time. A level 4 hunter who specialized in assassination. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Yuan Hong, behind you. Right at this moment, Zi Chen shouted once more, and he spoke even faster. Go to hell. Yuan Hong tapped his foot and retreated between the 2 attacks. He jumped up and turned around in midair, holding his sword with both hands, and slashed at the black shadow, who appeared again with a shocked expression. Clang! The long sword came down. The black shadow tried his best to block it and knelt on the ground. He used the force to roll backward. While he was rolling, Yuan Hong's powerful attack made him cough up blood. Trying to run? A cold light flashed in Yuan Hong's eyes. He wanted to chase after the black shadow, but 2 blades slashed at him from the side, forcing him to turn around and block. The black shadow, who specialized in assassination, flashed quickly and merged with the darkness. 2 failed assassination attempts. It was obvious that his movements could be accurately captured. Fortunately, the black shadow didn't attack and hid in the darkness. However, Zi Chen could see his position clearly. This is a problem. Get rid of him. On the hill in the distance, the hoarse voice sounded again. He's only a level 3 hunter. Killing him is a piece of cake. Chapter 2339. In Zi Chen's perception, the people who had been biding their time began to move, flying towards the battlefield. Zi Chen could guess their intentions. Lindsay, you guys back off. The you guys referred to Lindsay and Steward Mac in the carriage. With the 4 level 4 hunters trapped, the only ones who could fight were Lindsay and him. Obviously, as a beastmaster, Lindsay had only 1 saber-toothed tiger left. It was already a problem for him to protect himself, let alone fight. Zi Chen grasped his sheathed longsword in his hand. Zi Chen's eyes were fixed on the forest. Lindsay was still a little confused. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Many people rushed out of the forest. Level 4 hunters were already very powerful. It was already very impressive that there were 4 of them in this team. The reason why Dragon Mountain could send out so many level 4 hunters was because they had sent out several small teams, which was equivalent to mobilizing their entire force. Lindsay was dumbfounded by the appearance of the hunters. Steward Mac's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. Behind him, the head that had poked out of the forest seemed a little too excited. Kill! Shouts were heard. Everyone was rushing towards them. Damn it! Dunley cursed. He wanted to break away from the battlefield and help. That little guy must have been summoned by you, right? He's too annoying. You'd better wait for a while before you collect his corpse. Edgar sneered. He and the people beside him strengthened their attacks and prevented Shield Li from breaking through. In the other 3 places, Yage and the others were also fighting. However, the the people from Dragon Mountain had a good understanding of their combat strength. At this moment, they were firmly suppressed. Zichen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I'll protect this place. Don't be careless and get hurt." His expression was surprisingly calm. "You're asking for death." Edgar sneered. As for Dun Lee's team, they had long since made precise calculations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cripple all of the level 3 Beastmaster's tricks in a single exchange. As for Zichen, they naturally knew when he had joined them and why he had joined them. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was only slightly stronger than Hotetter. This time, in order to deal with Zichen, they had sent out many level 3 hunters. In addition, there were also dozens of level 2 hunters. It should be very easy for them to kill Zichen if they worked together. Therefore, he found Zichen's confidence laughable. These people rushed forward quickly. The young girl in the carriage was eager to give it a try, but she was stopped by Steward Mag's hand. He wanted to wait for a while before making his move. These people arrived in front of Zichen, all kinds of weapons flashing with cold light. Swoosh! In Zichen's hand, the broken sword was unsheathed. The black arc of the sword flashed, and at the same time his body changed rapidly, like a shadow in the dark night. Zichen flickered 9 times and changed directions 9 times. After 9 flashes, he returned to his original position. His sword collided with the weapon of a level 3 hunter, and he took advantage of the momentum to take 5 steps back and stabilize himself. Among the people who were rushing forward, 9 of them had stopped halfway. The weapons in their hands were still raised high, but they didn't make any further moves. On their necks, there was a clear line of blood. Their expressions were frozen, and their lives were fading away. Soon, with a thud, they fell to the ground one by one. 9 lightning strikes, 9 people killed in an instant. Even though he had only killed 9 rank 2 hunters, this scene still shook the hearts of the people present. In the carriage, the housekeeper and the young girl's expressions changed as well. The housekeeper's expression didn't change much, but the young girl's eyes lit up, as if she was attracted by the move just now. Kill! Edgar also saw the changes on this side, and his face was filled with anger. He naturally knew that Zichen had killed more than 10 people in an instant outside Mingfei town. But he didn't think that it was Lin Fan's normal fighting power. It was probably caused by something special that couldn't be used for long battles. But seeing 9 of them die in an instant still made him feel heartache. These shocked level 3 hunters immediately reacted. Without saying anything, they waved their weapons and slashed at Zichen. In their eyes, Zichen could kill level 2 hunters, but he couldn't do anything to them. Zichen's speed was indeed fast, but it wasn't impossible for them to dodge if they encountered him. Swoosh! 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 Zichen took a few more steps back and flashed again. This time, it was 9 flashes again. After 9 flashes, 6 hunters died. 3 of them were saved by level 3 hunters. Their faces were pale as they retreated with the other level 2 hunters. They looked at Zichen with fear in their eyes. Not only did a level 3 hunter block the level 2 hunters, he even saved 3 of them. They were even more certain that Zichen could only kill level 2 hunters, but not level 3 hunters. I didn't think that using this kind of speed to bully low-level hunters would be so good. The young girl who was already standing on the carriage said, her eyes shining, "Level 2 hunters, go kill that guy. Level 3 hunters, go." Edgar ordered indifferently, so the level 2 hunters quickly retreated, as if they had just been pardoned and prepared to turn around and kill Lindsay. As for the level 3 hunters, they rushed towards Zichen. There were 8 of them, and they were full of confidence as they rushed forward. Sigh. Looking at these people, Zichen sighed. He knew that it was impossible to hide his true strength. Back then, he could hide his heavenly thunder wings after killing Hotetter. But facing today's battle, he obviously could not hide his true strength. Wong. Light flickered on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared like spots of light, gently flapping. This scene shocked the hunters, but they didn't stop. Instead, they sped up. 9 lightning strikes. Zi-Chen let out a low roar in his heart, following which the lightning wings on his back began to vibrate as he rushed forward at an extremely fast pace. Suddenly, there was a light in the dark night. The light was as dazzling as a shooting star, and as fast as a shooting star. The light shone in all directions, illuminating everyone's faces. Under the cover of the light, the fierce battle seemed to have come to a halt. When the light shone, Steward Mac's eyes lit up. They were as bright as Xing Chen's, but they couldn't compare to the light that was shining like a shooting star. The young girl with bright eyes opened her mouth in shock. As for Lindsay, who was preparing to face the level 2 hunters, when he saw the light, he was stunned, just like the other level 2 hunters who had suddenly stopped. What's going on? On the hill in the distance, there was a hoarse voice with a hint of anger. The shooting star flashed 8 times, changing directions 8 times. It was so fast that no sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Those who were confident that they could block Zi-Chen's extreme speed realized that they couldn't even see Zi-Chen's shadow. All they could see was the light, and it was a very bright light. After 8 flashes, Zi-Chen returned to his original position, under the light of the heavenly thunder wings. His face was abnormally pale. No one knew if it was because of the light from the heavenly thunder wings, or because Zi-Chen had exhausted himself. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to the changes in Zi-Chen's expression. What they were paying attention to was the situation of the 8 level 3 hunters after the light flashed. Their gazes shifted to the 8 level 3 hunters. Even though it was night, they could still see that the 8 level 3 hunters were in bad shape. Like the level 2 hunters from before, they had stopped attacking. All kinds of expressions were frozen, and there was a deep wound on each of their necks. Pooh! 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 Blood gushed out from the wounds on their necks. With frozen expressions, the level 3 hunters fell backwards. 8 level 3 hunters, dead in an instant. Instant kill. Amazing! Looking at the 8 people who had fallen to the ground, the young girl secretly praised in her heart. It had to be said that under such a battle situation, Zi-Chen's killing methods were really too shocking. Moreover, his actions that had light effects on them were surprisingly beautiful in this dark night. Lindsay felt a chill in his heart. When Zi-Chen's body was shining, he had already looked at Zi-Chen. But after that, there was only light in his eyes. He couldn't see any movement from Zi-Chen. Other than light, there was only light. When the light disappeared, the 8 level 3 hunters were already dead. He had never seen such speed before. When Dun Li and the others saw this scene, their hearts were also filled with shock. However, in addition to the shock, they were naturally filled with joy. If they had to use words to express their joy, they would only say one thing to Zi-Chen. Even if 300 drops of sacred origin liquid was too little, they should at least give him 400 drops like Lindsay. In this battle, Zi-Chen had given them a huge surprise. As long as these people could not cause them any harm, then as long as the battle continued, the shield stand side would naturally have a chance of winning. Looking at the level 2 hunters in front of them, all of the level 3 hunters were dead. To Zi-Chen, they were no longer a threat. Zi-Chen turned his head, the lightning wings on his back gently flapping. His gaze fell on the level 2 hunters, causing their expressions to change drastically as they retreated in fear. Kill him! On the mound, a cold voice was transmitted through the sound transmission stone into the forest. Zi-Chen's indifferent expression changed in the next moment. His eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Figures rushed out from the forest once again. This time, it wasn't just level 3 hunters. There were even level 4 hunters, and there were 4 of them. Dunley, you forced out our final trump card. You should be proud, even if you die. 4 level 4 hunters, and more than 10 level 3 hunters. This was Long Shan's final trump card. When Lindsay saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded, his heart filled with despair. The girl's eyes continued to shine, as if she wanted to participate in the battle. Chapter 2340. Zi Chen's sigh was very clear, so clear that everyone present could hear it. At this moment, facing 4 level 4 hunters and many level 3 hunters, shouldn't despair be the only thing one should be feeling right now? This was Long Shan's final trump card, and it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dun Li, Yuan Hong, Menta, and Yagu had already accepted their fates. There was no solution to this situation at all. Lindsay was already speechless. He had always been very confident in his abilities, and felt that with his abilities, the entire team would not be threatened. He could sense all dangers ahead of time with the help of his beasts. However, the scene before his eyes made him feel completely hopeless. The young girl's expression was still excited, even eager to try, as if she hadn't sensed that danger was about to befall her. Steward Mac's previously calm expression was no longer calm after seeing these people. He slowly turned his head, his gaze leaving the battlefield and looking towards a certain place in the night, as if he had discovered something. At this moment, his expression became solemn, as if he had sensed some sort of danger. However, this scene was ruined by a low sigh. If it had been a sigh of despair, it would have been appropriate, but after that, Zi Chen's regretful tone was heard. This wasn't the tone of someone who cherished their life, but rather the heartache of someone who had lost some sort of property. This sigh was a bit of a spoilsport. Stop pretending to be a ghost. Die. The rank 4 hunter had already rushed to Zi Chen's side and slashed at Zi Chen with his sword. This slash was full of power as it tore through the air. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure disappeared from where he was first. This slash destroyed an afterimage, but it wasn't in vain. A gourd appeared in the afterimage, and as the slash landed, it was instantly cut open. Crack! With a loud sound, the gourd shattered, and a thick cloud of 5-colored smoke rose from within, spreading in all directions in an instant. This rank 4 hunter was the first to be enveloped by the thick 5-colored smoke. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good! It's the 5-colored poison mist." The 5-colored poison mist spread out at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it had spread more than 10 meters away, enveloping the level 4 hunters and a few level 3 hunters behind them. Ah! The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream of pain rang out. The level 3 hunter's skin began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body began to emit smoke and disappear. It's the 5-colored poison fog. Run! Roars continued to ring out. Those were the voices of level 4 hunters. They did not immediately die under the 5-colored poison mist. This did not mean that they were strong enough to withstand the poison mist, but that they had swallowed the antidote in an instant. After all, they had been training outside all year round and would encounter all kinds of traps, so they would always carry a few special antidote pills to protect themselves. The 5-colored poison mist was a deadly threat to level 4 hunters. Naturally, they would carry antidotes with them. However, as the color of the poison mist increased, the power of the poison mist would become stronger. The antidote pills could only temporarily protect them from the poison mist, but they could not keep them in the mist for long. Therefore, even though the 4 level 4 hunters had taken the antidote pills, they still ran out of the mist at this moment. This was because once the effects of the antidote pills wore off, they would die. Even though they had taken the pills, they still felt a little dizzy, and their bodies were not under their control. Their sense of danger had also decreased by a lot. The 4 of them were running away, while Zi Chen was in the middle of the poison mist. Sensing their direction, his eyes became cold. As for the level 3 hunters, he completely ignored them. Once the poison mist was released, they would die, unless they were lucky enough to not come into contact with the poison mist. With a flap of the thunder wings on his back, Zi Chen rushed towards a level 4 hunter. As the poison mist surged, the broken sword in his hand drew a black arc and slashed towards the head of the level 4 hunter in front of him. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out. The level 4 hunter sensed the danger and turned around to block the attack. He looked at Zi Chen with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he borrowed the force of Zi Chen's attack to speed up his retreat. Soon he would be out of the poison mist. Not only was the poison mist highly toxic, it was also ridiculously expensive. He did not believe that the level 3 hunter in front of him would have 2 of such items. However, when he saw Zi Chen's sinister smile, he did not notice that Zi Chen was also smiling at him. A black light flashed through the poison mist at high speed. The moment the level 4 hunter's body flew backwards, it went straight for the level 4 hunter's temple. This attack was made when the level 4 hunter borrowed the force of the attack to retreat. Even if he sensed the danger, he would not be able to effectively defend himself against the flying knife in a short period of time. The flying knife came close to the level 4 hunter. Without any external defense, the level 4 hunter could not block the flying knife with just his physical body. With a splash of blood, the flying knife completely pierced through the level 4 hunter's temple. At this moment, the level 4 hunter's frozen expression of shock could no longer see Zi Chen's figure in front of him. He did not know when Zi Chen had disappeared from his sight. Then he heard the same sonorous sound. It was the sound of 2 weapons blocking each other. Before, he could guess if the level 4 hunter had encountered the same situation as him. He heard another sound. Then his vision turned black. His vitality was extinguished and his soul dissipated. The antidote pill's effect completely disappeared at this moment. The poison mist fell on the level 4 hunter's body. His skin began to smoke and then disappeared. As the poison mist spread, screams of agony could still be heard. Some of the level 3 hunters dodged, while others were touched by the poison mist. They retreated in fear, but their bodies dissipated as they retreated. Even the slightest contact with this 5-colored poison mist would lead to death. Therefore, in the midst of the screams, everyone heard the 3 sonorous sounds of weapons colliding. However, they did not hear the 3 pft sounds that followed. Out of the 4 level 4 hunters, only one managed to escape. After escaping from the poison mist, his face was filled with fear. A mere level 3 hunter dared to use such a method to take them down with him. That was right. From his point of view, the level 4 hunter must have died in there. This was because even with the special antidote, the level 3 hunter would not be able to stay in the poison mist for long. However, just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without saying anything, he blocked with his weapon. Clang! A black, broken knife was blocked by his weapon. The person holding the broken knife was the level 3 hunter that he thought was dead. How is this possible? Looking at the cold Zi Chen, the level 4 hunter's face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The knife flashed and turned into a cross-shaped knife arc. This was the second move of the 9 knives technique. The level 4 hunter blocked with his sword and retreated, avoiding the cross-shaped knife arc. However, the corner of his shirt was cut by the knife arc. This knife was faster than he had expected. You're courting death. Looking at the torn corner of his shirt, the level 4 hunter was enraged. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he charged towards Zi Chen. At this moment, the 5-colored poison mist had yet to disperse. No one knew what had happened in the poison mist. However, seeing Zi Chen rush out of the poison mist and not die, they were all shocked. At the same time, they were also wondering why the 3 level 4 hunters had not come out yet. However, they did not have time to guess the result. Zi Chen and the level 4 hunter had already started a direct confrontation. Using the extreme speed brought by the heavenly thunderwings and the 9 knives technique, Zi Chen displayed an extremely strong offensive. Sharp knife arcs kept appearing. However, the level 4 hunter kept retreating in the face of Zi Chen's attacks. Looking at the battle, it was obvious that the level 3 Zi Chen was blocking the level 4 hunter and had the upper hand for the time being. This is Zi Chen's strongest combat ability. During the short pause in the battle, Dun Li looked at Zi Chen, who was attacking furiously, with a shocked expression on his face. It was indeed difficult to temporarily gain the upper hand in a battle with someone of a higher level than him. Yego and the others were also stunned on the spot. As for their opponents, they stopped fighting temporarily and looked at the battle between the level 3 and level 4 hunters in shock. Amazing! Lin Sai, who was almost scared out of his wits, finally came back to his senses after hearing the continuous clashes. He had thought that they would die soon, but who would have thought that Zi Chen's 5-colored poison mist would turn the tide of the battle? Moreover, Zi Chen was currently attacking a level 4 hunter fiercely, and it seemed that the hunter could only parry his attacks without being able to fight back. Steward Mac's eyes were full of admiration. The girl at the side looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of curiosity. At the same time, there was a hint of craftiness in her eyes. She was ready to make a move because she could see that Zi Chen was only attacking in one go. Once he was exhausted, it would be time for the level 4 hunter to counterattack. A level 3 hunter had no chance of winning against a level 4 hunter. In fact, it wasn't just the girl who thought that way. Everyone present had the same thought. In their eyes, Zi Chen would be exhausted soon, and the battle would be turned around very quickly. It was with this thought that they ignored the 5-colored poison mist that was gradually dispersing in the distance, as well as the other 3 level 4 hunters who should have walked out of the mist long ago. Clang! In the continuous clashes, Zi Chen was finally exhausted, and his last attack was blocked by the level 4 hunter's sword. At this moment, the sword and the broken sword clashed, and Zi Chen was leaning forward with his strength. He was very close to the level 4 hunter. His face and forehead were full of sweat, which kept dripping down. This was a sign of exhaustion and great exhaustion. The level 4 hunter exerted strength with his sword and leaned forward as well. His face was almost touching Zi Chen's face. He said coldly, "You!" He stopped before he could finish, his face full of fear and shock. At this moment, Zi Chen opened his mouth, and the 5-colored poison mist was surging in his mouth. Whoosh! Chapter 2341. The level 4 hunter saw that Zi Chen's attack was over, so he was prepared to say a few harsh words to finish off his enemy. In his opinion, what could a mere level 3 hunter do to him? But before he could say anything, he saw Zi Chen open his mouth and exhale. There was smoke in his breath. It was the 5-colored poison fog. In such close proximity, there was no way to avoid it. The 5-colored poison fog landed on the level 4 hunter's horrified face. Ah! The level 4 hunter screamed and retreated. He was about to take out an antidote from his pocket and swallow it. At that moment, he was extremely flustered. The poison fog was corroding his body. He could die at any moment. His hands were shaking. The more nervous he was, the slower his reaction became. There's no need. Save one. At that moment, Zi Chen's indifferent voice rang out. The broken sword in his hand reappeared and slashed across the level 4 hunter's neck. Poof! The sword disappeared in a flash. The level 4 hunter's head flew high into the air and disappeared in the 5-colored poison fog. The headless corpse began to spurt blood. The level 4 hunter was dead. Zi Chen, who was supposed to lose, made a huge comeback in an unexpected way. He killed the level 4 hunter and ended the battle. This result was once again out of everyone's expectations. Then why did he spit out the 5-colored poison fog? Why wasn't he killed by the poison fog? Did he not take the antidote when he was in the poison fog? All kinds of doubts appeared in everyone's hearts. They could not understand what was going on. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that there were still 3 level 4 hunters. Where were they? Why didn't they join the battle? They suddenly turned around and looked at the 5-colored poison fog. The poison fog had dispersed, but there were no traces of the 3 level 4 hunters. They only saw 3 sets of smoky clothes and the weapons that the 3 level 4 hunters used. Where were they? After a short moment of confusion, they were shocked beyond belief. They were dead. They were killed by the 5-colored poison fog. No one could believe this result. They all had antidotes on them. How could they die from the poison fog? But the truth was right in front of them. It was better than any argument. The only explanation was that Zi Chen had killed the three of them, and then the three of them had disappeared into the poisonous fog. But how did Zi Chen manage to kill 3 level 4 hunters in such a short period of time? They weren't sure, but the only thing they could recall in their minds was the 3 sonorous sounds that rang out in the poisonous fog. Following the death of the level 4 hunter, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's gazes landed on Zi Chen as indescribable shock filled their faces. For level 4 hunters were dead. They were all killed by him. He was only a level 3. Damn it, what the hell is going on? An angry and hoarse voice sounded from the distant hill. Isn't he just a newly joined level 3 hunter? How could he kill 4 level 4 hunters in an instant? The person next to him was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. This scene was too illogical. Today's battle was supposed to be a sure win, but because of the level 3 hunter's interference, it was a complete failure. This result was hard to accept, but they had to face reality. Thus, he told the transmission stone to retreat. A beam of light shot into the sky and exploded in midair, breaking the silence of the battlefield. When Edgar saw the signal, he knew that the ambush had failed. He looked at Zi Chen unwillingly and shouted, "Retreat!" Then they began to retreat. They had no choice but to accept it. When the level 3 and level 2 hunters heard this, they all felt as if they had been pardoned. Seeing Zi Chen's crazy killing methods, they really didn't want to stay here for another minute. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The young girl who had been watching the battle suddenly jumped down from the carriage and chased after the level 2 and level 3 hunters. Her speed was surprisingly fast, even faster than Zi Chen's. She quickly caught up with the hunters. The long whip in her hand danced, and the sounds of cracking could be heard. One after another, the hunters were sent flying. "Edgar, leave something behind before you go." Dun Li shouted coldly and chased after her as well. "You go, Menta," and Yuan Hong followed closely behind. It was obvious that the 4 of them were deliberately keeping a distance from the young girl, so that they could help her at any time. After chasing for a few hundred meters, they stopped. The results of this chase were extraordinary. They'd killed a level 4 hunter, and the young girl had killed several level 3 and level 2 hunters as well. Zi Chen didn't chase after them. The continuous battles had exhausted him greatly, and he really couldn't keep up with them. However, he'd already released his perception. When he saw that the archer and the assassin had left, he sighed in relief. His attacks had been so strong and fierce that the 2 hadn't been able to seize the opportunity to attack. Lindsay didn't chase either, because he didn't have the means to do so. Of course, the biggest reason was that he'd been scared silly. Steward Mai's gaze shifted away from Zi Chen, and his expression gradually darkened as he looked in a certain direction. Zi Chen sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The danger had truly been averted at this moment. The 5 pursuers in the distance had all retreated, and their gazes were undoubtedly on Zi Chen. If it hadn't been for Zi Chen turning the tide and using the 5-colored poison mist to kill the 4 level 4 hunters, the outcome might have been different. Dun Li walked up to Zi Chen and said excitedly, "Not bad, Zi Chen. I didn't expect you to have such a move." Ye Go and the others also walked up and looked at Zi Chen with a smile. "I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so deeply. You really surprised me this time." Zi Chen waved his hand. "That's nothing. The important thing is that you have to pay more. I've lost big this time. I spent a lot of money to buy that 5-colored poison mist to save my life, but it's gone in less than 2 days. Your life-saving item killed so many experts. Your life is too valuable," Dun Li said from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. "Ha, you're called Zi Chen, right? Those wings on your body are pretty good. Sell them to me. I'll give you any price." Zi Chen had yet to retract his heavenly thunder wings, and the glow on them was no longer as bright as before. However, they would still flash from time to time, making them look very mysterious in the dark night. Chen turned his head, and only then did he see the girl for the first time. He was no fool, and quickly guessed the girl's identity, which surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that what they were protecting at such a high price wasn't the goods, but this girl. Given several thousand drops of Saint Source liquid for a single mission, it wasn't hard to see how wealthy the other party was. Upon seeing that Chen wasn't responding, the girl urged, "What are you spacing out for? Give me any price." Chen smiled at the girl and said, "Miss, this thing can't be sold." The girl tilted her head and said, "What can't be sold? Can't you just pluck it out?" Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. The heavenly thunder wings on his back automatically disappeared, causing the girl's eyes to shine even brighter. "I'm called Maya. Sell this to me, and I'll owe you a favor." The girl was unwilling to give up, her expression very serious as she looked at Chen. Just as Chen was in a difficult position and didn't know what to say, Steward Mac spoke up for Chen. "Miss, you won't be able to use this thing even if you get it." The girl seemed to trust Steward Mac a lot, and angrily said, "Humph, forget it. So stingy." Just as Chen thought that this matter was over, the girl's expression changed, and she said, "Why don't you give me that movement technique? I'll give you a reward. You can name any price you want." Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sight of this mischievous girl. "Little girl, this movement technique and wings are exclusive. They can't be traded. Little girl, how dare you call me a little girl? I'm already 26 years old. You're the little girl." The girl raised her fist at Chen like an angry kitten. "I'm already over 2,000 years old. Can't I call you a little girl?" Chen smiled bitterly again, but he was secretly shocked. "Over 2,000 years old and only a grade 3 hunter. You're really weak." Hearing the girl's mutterings, the surrounding people all blushed with shame. After today's battle, who would dare say that Chen was weak? Dunley very decisively took out a small flask and handed it to Chen. "Chen, here's the difference in compensation. 500 drops of sacred origin liquid." Chen waved his hand and said, "I've already received my reward. I was just joking." Dunley said with a serious face, "That's that. Our rewards are distributed according to battle strength. Your battle strength is more than enough to receive these rewards." "Haven't I already distributed them? Let's talk about it next time." "Of course. These sacred origin liquid spoils will all belong to me." Chen joked. Dunley had seen Chen give away over 700 drops of sacred origin liquid to others, so he wasn't too bothered by it. He didn't mind too much about the fact that he had given less to Chen. This wasn't their first mission, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the time came, they naturally wouldn't let Chen down. Chen's battle strength had indeed surprised them. He wasn't weaker than an ordinary grade 4. More importantly, Chen was only a grade 3, which made them value Chen's potential even more. Chen had expended a lot of energy, so the task of cleaning up the battlefield was left to Lindsay. This time, Lindsay didn't say anything. After witnessing Chen's battle strength, he was completely convinced. While cleaning up the battlefield, Chen had already consumed 5 drops of sacred origin liquid. On one hand, besides recovering his energy, his strength had also increased tremendously during this period of time, as if there were no bottlenecks to speak of. For others, it was very difficult for his constitution to transform, but for him, it seemed that as long as he had enough sacred origin liquid, he could continue to transform. As he continuously consumed sacred origin liquid, his body seemed to have developed some sort of resistance. Now he needed to consume even more sacred origin liquid to continue to improve. Of course, he could also consume 1 drop, but the effect was too low. The amount of sacred origin liquid Chen consumed started to increase. Chapter 2342. They had been resting earlier and hadn't eaten anything, so they stopped again after a while to start a fire and roast meat. Their goal was to get as far away from that bloody place as possible. This time, everyone traveled on foot because the cart was filled with spoils of war. Apart from the deliberate ambush, they were also very careful as they moved forward, finally acting like mercenaries. Only the girl called Malt didn't seem to be acting strangely. Instead, she seemed a little too excited. They sat down beside the bonfire while Lindsay's saber-toothed tiger stood guard outside. Done, Lee was turning the roast meat, and the fat sizzled as it dripped into the fire. They seemed to have forgotten about the ambush by Longshan, and no one brought it up again. In fact, everyone knew that Longshan had come prepared because of their employer. Before, when there was no danger, they had been charging a high price. Now that they were in danger, they couldn't just run away. Fortunately, the other party had suffered heavy losses this time, and it wouldn't be easy to regroup in a short time. There should be a period of peace. Lindsay, think of a way to replenish your beasts as soon as possible. Done, Lee glanced at the silent Lindsay. Lindsay nodded. He had always been proud, but today's battle had dealt a heavy blow to him. The beasts he was so proud of had all been killed. It was so obvious, but he hadn't sensed it at all. Zi Chen's performance had also surprised him. He was glad that he had only gone for fun. If he had used all his means to fight Zi Chen to the death, he probably wouldn't have been able to return alive. Zi Chen had always kept a low profile, but in today's battle he had turned the tide and saved Yi Fuqian's life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop those people with his saber-toothed tiger. "What are you eating?" Dun, Li asked curiously when he saw Zi Chen putting things into his mouth from time to time. "Sacred origin fluid." Zi Chen took out a jade bottle and showed it to Dunley. Everyone turned to look at Zi Chen. Their expressions became very strange when they saw Zi Chen's action. "You're eating?" "The meat will be ready soon," Dunley said again. Zi Chen smiled bitterly when he heard this, but he didn't know how to explain it. He discovered that after this battle, his body seemed to have become increasingly thirsty. A single drop of sacred source liquid could not be maintained for long before it was absorbed by his body. His body then began to feel an intense need, as if he had not eaten for over 10 days. He could only swallow drop after drop of sacred source liquid. As a matter of fact, his movements were a little too frequent, and it finally attracted the attention of a few people. "You good joked. Zi Chen, you're rich, but you don't have to show off like that, do you?" Zi Chen shook his head and smiled. He found himself speechless. Steward Mac, who was also sitting by the bonfire, glanced at Zi Chen, and his expression changed slightly. The young girl beside Steward Mac could no longer sit still. She stood up and said to Zi Chen, "This is too boring. Zi Chen, why don't we spar?" Looking at this young lady who was only 26 years old, Zi Chen asked in surprise, "You want to fight with me?" "Why, can't I?" Malt stared at Zi Chen with a provocative look on her pretty face. "Forget it." Zi Chen shook his head. "Zi Chen, don't underestimate her. She taught Tor a lesson back in the team." Menta said with a hint of malice, "That trash Hotetter thinks he's strong." Malt pursed her lips and glanced at Lindsay. "I can't even be bothered to teach him a lesson with his small arms and legs. Zi Chen, it's you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Zi Chen was speechless. Malt wasn't very tall, and when she stood next to Lindsay, who was also young, she seemed to have small arms and legs, not Lindsay. Lindsay, surprisingly, didn't retort after being ignored by the young girl. Instead, he stared blankly at the bonfire, pretending not to have heard anything. Coupled with what Menta had said earlier, Zi Chen was almost certain that this girl had taught Lindsay a lesson. "Forget it. I don't know how to control my strength." Zi Chen shook his head again in rejection. "I don't need you to know how to control your strength. Just don't use your speed and that broken black blade," Malt said. "How about it? Do you dare to spar with me?" Speed and the broken blade were probably Zi Chen's strongest moves. Without them, Zi Chen's combat strength would be greatly reduced. "Go on, Zi Chen. Let us see if you have any other trump cards." Dunley smiled. Zi-Chin, don't tell me you don't even dare to accept a young girl's challenge. Yuan Hong taunted. Come on, Zi-Chin. Let us see just how strong you are. Gu smiled maliciously. The few of them instantly became spirited and insisted on watching the fight. This made Zi-Chin a little speechless. Don't underestimate the young miss. Without those two, you'll be at a disadvantage. Steward Mac chuckled, clearly implying that he wanted Zi-Chin to spar as well. All right, since you all want to watch, I'll show you my incompetence. Zi-Chin stood up and looked at Malt. Don't worry, young girl. I know how to control my strength. Malt said innocently, all right. I hope you'll be as confident later. With that, Malt's figure flashed, and she charged at Zi-Chin very quickly. Zi-Chin was a little surprised by Malt's speed, and his figure flashed as he tried to dodge. Whoosh! Just as Zi-Chin dodged to the side, Malt's elbow struck at Zi-Chin's side. The sudden burst of speed gave Zi-Chin no time to react. Poof! Zi-Chin's chest was hit by the elbow, and he staggered back 5 steps. His chest hurt. He looked at Malt in shock and said, 4th tier! Haha! Dunley and the others finally couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, they already knew Malt's strength, and this time, they just wanted to see Zi-Chin suffer. Zi-Chin didn't expect this seemingly weak little girl to have the strength of a 4th-tier hunter. Again, the shock on Zi-Chin's face made Malt very proud, and she launched another attack at Zi-Chin. This time, Zi-Chin was no longer careless, and began to take it seriously. However, after getting serious, Zi-Chin realized that there was still some distance between him and Malt, who was a 4th-tier hunter. Moreover, Malt clearly had no intention of suppressing his level, and wanted to use the power of a 4th-tier hunter to suppress him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zi-Chin had no choice but to use part of the power of the 9 flashes of lightning temporarily. Of course, he couldn't summon the heavenly thunder wings. Poof! Malt's palm hit Zi-Chin's chest, and Zi-Chin staggered. At the same time, he quickly counterattacked, but he couldn't touch Malt at all. Poof! 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 Next, one attack after another landed on Zi-Chin's body, and Zi-Chin staggered. However, Zi-Chin's attacks couldn't touch Malt at all. When these attacks landed on his body, Zi-Chin could clearly feel the pain coming from his body. How was this a battle? This was clearly a torture. At that moment, Zi-Chin finally understood what it felt like to be unable to hit an enemy when he fought in close combat. Bang! The final palm landed, and Zi-Chin staggered back a dozen steps. Malt stood up straight, clapped his hands, and said, I'm done. Laughter rang out all around. Zi-Chin shook his head and smiled. It was just a spar, so he naturally wouldn't take it too seriously. However, the thirst in his body became even more obvious. It was obvious that a mere drop of sacred origin, liquid, couldn't replenish it. Thus, Zi-Chin opened the jade bottle and unceremoniously gulped down a large mouthful, producing a gurgling sound. The laughter of Gu and the others disappeared. They looked at Zi-Chin as though he was a ghost. Yuan Hong even kindly reminded him, Zi-Chin, you drank the wrong thing. That's not wine, it's sacred origin liquid. Zi-Chin clearly couldn't explain his current situation to them, so he could only shake his head and laugh. Steward Mac smiled, but didn't say anything. Malt sat down next to him and said, Zi-Chin, you're not bad. You're more resistant than Tur. Let's continue tomorrow. Forget it. Zi-Chin shook his head. He sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the sacred origin, liquid, he had swallowed. Zi-Chin didn't know if it was an illusion, but he discovered that the rate at which his body absorbed the sacred origin liquid had increased significantly after being hit by Malt. It was as though Malt's attacks had stimulated his body. Looking at the expression on the little girl's face that said she had one, Zi-Chin could not believe that the change in her body was due to the beating just now. They rested on the spot that night and didn't continue their journey. It was obvious that Long Shan's deliberate sneak attack didn't make Steward Mac and Malt wary. Dun, Lee, and Lindsay, on the other hand, left the group after eating and only returned the next day when they were about to continue their journey. Everyone was present, and the group continued on their journey. Unlike yesterday, Zi-Chun didn't walk anymore. Instead, he sat next to Steward Mac. Instead, it was the 4 level 4 hunters who guarded the sides of the carriage like guards. When night fell, they stopped to rest again. During this period of roasting meat, Malt once again requested to spar. Everyone followed suit, and Zi-Chin was once again tortured. This time, he still couldn't land a single hit on Malt. Instead, he took many hits from Malt. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zi-Chin had to admit that Malt's spar was extremely beneficial to him on the 3rd day. In other words, Malt's attacks could help him strengthen his body faster. As a result, Zi-Chin swallowed the sacred origin liquid faster and faster. In the end, it was like he was drinking water. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Finally, after a few days, he used up all the sacred origin liquid he had. He was also much stronger than when they had first set off. However, he still couldn't land a single hit on Malt in the following spar. He had used up all his resources. Chapter 2343. Tell me, what the hell is going on? The hoarse voice was filled with anger. A middle-aged man with a cold face was sitting at the head of the table. He stared at Edgar and scolded. Didn't you guys investigate everything thoroughly? How could a level 3 hunter ruin all your preparations? Edgar's face was dark as well. He had promised his superiors that he would be able to complete this mission easily. He had also made meticulous preparations beforehand. However, who would have thought that they who had gathered several small teams and thought of all possible contingencies would fall into the hands of a level 3 guy who had suddenly joined? The loss was extremely heavy. Edgar could only suffer in silence in the face of the middle-aged man's questioning. He still did not understand how the 3 level 4 hunters had died. How did the newly joined level 3 hunter clearly sense the location of the level for assassins, and how did he survive in the 5-colored poisonous fog? Trash! What a bunch of trash! Not only did you not complete the mission, you even almost alerted the enemy. The middle-aged man said angrily. Edgar was not convinced, but he did not dare to show it. He knew that the man in front of him was very powerful and could easily kill him. However, he could not understand why the other party, who was so powerful, did not do it himself, but wanted to borrow their hands. Find a way to inform Ashan and get him to come here as soon as possible. Seeing that Edgar did not respond, the middle-aged man lost interest in getting angry and waved his hand. His initial plan was simple. He wanted these people to test my son's strength after killing the guards. It would be best if they could threaten my son, and then he would make his move to secure victory. That way, the price he had to pay would be extremely small, and he would be able to settle everything easily afterwards. However, he did not expect that his perfect plan would be ruined by a level 3 hunter. Now he had to increase his bargaining chip and use a foolproof plan. Washan was one of the founders of Dragon Mountain and had level 6 strength. Once he got him to help, he would definitely achieve his goal, but the price he had to pay would be extremely high. Zi-Chin, who had thought that he would have another battle today, heard Steward Mac's voice before Malt could provoke him. Steward Mac. Zi-Chen approached the butler. After spending a few days together, he had a good impression of the butler. Furthermore, he had been speculating that Malt was a 4th-tier fighter. So how powerful was this butler? Zi-Chen did not believe that the other party was not a hunter. Do you have time to walk around with this old man? Steward Mac looked at Zi-Chen and smiled. Zi-Chen nodded. He guessed that Steward Mac had something to say to him. Steward Mac turned around and walked into the darkness. Zi-Chen followed behind, maintaining a distance of half a step. Zi-Chen, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked without turning around. Zi-Chen was puzzled. Wasn't a level 4 hunter just level 4? Did he really need to think about it? Oh, or rather, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked again. Isn't there a level 4 after level 3? Is there a special meaning behind it? Zichen asked after thinking for a while. Only a level 4 hunter can be considered a true beginner. Before reaching level 4, a hunter is nothing. Steward Mac turned around and looked at Zichen. Seeing Zichen's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "You must be from the outside world as well, right?" Zichen nodded. In this world, more than 99% of people came from the outside world. In the outside world, saints are divided into 3 levels: Saint, King, and Supreme Saint. Only kings are qualified to enter this world, but it is not absolute. I know some special passages that can send some special people in. Steward Mac paused for a moment before continuing. But no matter who it is, as long as they come to this world, they have a chance to become a hunter. They also know that there are different levels of hunters, but very few people know that a level 4 hunter is the true beginner. Only when you reach this threshold can you move on to the next step. What threshold? Zichen asked. Of course, there was a standard to enter this world, and that standard was the threshold. Steward Mac stopped and turned around to look at Zichen. Saint-level physical body. Saint-level physical body. Zichen was stunned. That's right. If you want to enter level 4, you must have a saint-level physical body. In other words, you must have a saint-level physical body to enter the saint level. This is the standard of this world. Even if you have the strength of a peak holy king in the outside world, if you don't have a saint-level physical body, you can't enter level 4 here. Level 3 is the peak. Steward Mac nodded and said, "If that's the case, doesn't Dunley and the others all have saint-level physical bodies?" Zichen asked again. As long as it's level 4, it's equivalent to a saint-level physical body in the outside world. With Steward Mac's confirmation, Zichen finally understood why the minimum requirement to enter this world was to have a saint-level physical body. He also understood why Jia Tu, Huang Tu, and the others didn't immediately become hunters, but instead built their foundation step by step. He believed that once they had a good foundation, they would be able to become level 4 hunters very quickly and reach the standard to enter this world. This could be seen from Zichen. He didn't have so many resources to support him, but he still became a level 3 hunter in a very short time. Whether you can quickly enter level 4 depends on whether you have a saint-level physical body in the outside world. If you do, then you can quickly advance. If you don't, then you can only advance step by step, and the speed will be very slow. Steward Mac looked at Zichen and said, "Now, Zichen, tell me honestly, when you were in the outside world, did you have a saint-level physical body?" Zichen didn't hesitate for long. He nodded and admitted it directly. After sparring with Malt for the past few days, he could already sense that Malt was actually helping him in the name of sparring. In just a few days, Malt definitely played a big part in his improvement. When he saw Zichen nod, Steward Mac smiled. "I guessed right. The speed at which you absorb the sacred origin liquid is really too fast. So fast that you don't even need to refine it. If we liken your body to a large vat, then you already had enough sacred origin liquid to hold a level 4 hunter before you came to this world. What you need is to constantly replenish it. Of course, the speed of replenishment depends on how quickly you obtain the sacred origin liquid." Zichen didn't deny this point. Right now, he didn't have enough sacred origin liquid, so his progress naturally slowed down. What you lack now is resources. If you have enough resources, you can quickly enter level 4. Steward Mac reached into his clothes and took out a glowing bead. Right now, the sacred origin liquid isn't enough to help you break through quickly. Only this can help you reach level 4 in the shortest time possible. What is this? Zichen asked curiously as he looked at the glowing bead. However, there was no joy or greed in his eyes. "A kind of energy crystal that will be very useful to you right now," Steward Mac said. "Is this for me?" Zichen asked doubtfully. "Don't tell me I'm just taking it out for you to see and show it off in front of you." Steward Mac chuckled. Zichen didn't take it. Instead, he asked why. Zichen was an existence that had lived for over 1,000 years. while Steward Mac was an existence that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Both of them were pretty much at the level of foxes, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Steward Mac directly said, "Because of your battle prowess." Your battle prowess is something I've never seen before. Being able to kill those above your level is truly beyond my expectations. This energy crystal can be considered another mercenary reward for you. This mission is to protect Malt in times of danger. In other words, take Malt and escape in times of danger. Why me? Because I believe that at level 4, you'll be even stronger than them. These words were clearly very sincere. Moreover, Steward Mac had given him a deposit first. It seemed that the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages for Zichen. After all, if he quickly reached level 4, his battle prowess would increase once again. This way, he would have stronger means to protect himself. However, once he accepted this energy crystal, it meant that his fate was tied to Malt's. When danger arose, he had to consider Malt's safety and take care of him. Protecting their employer was a mercenary's duty. Hence, no matter how one looked at it, Zichen wouldn't lose anything. Steward Mac's energy crystal was only to make him stronger so that he could protect everyone. Zichen had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the temptation of reaching level 4 was indeed very tempting. He nodded and agreed. Swallow it directly. The energy released will spread throughout your body like the sacred origin liquid. When your physical body reaches a certain limit, you'll naturally break through. After hearing Steward Mac's words, Zichen swallowed it without hesitation. Steward Mac had no reason to harm him. As the energy crystal entered his stomach, Zichen felt an energy similar to the sacred origin liquid. However, this energy was much purer and more abundant. This energy continuously flowed into his body, causing Zichen's physical body to rapidly change. After returning, Dun Li and the rest were still roasting meat. They didn't ask the two of them what they had done outside. Malt also surprisingly didn't look for Zichen to spar. Clearly, she knew about this matter. Zichen sat beside the fire and closed his eyes as if he was taking a nap. Just like that, several days passed in a row. Zichen seemed to be somewhat listless and spoke much less. Most of the time he closed his eyes and took a nap. On a certain night, Dunley couldn't help but ask, "Zichen, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to be in good spirits. Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Zichen opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light. His perception began to expand at this moment, extending further into the distance. In his perception, images of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another. As his senses expanded, Zichen's mind and physical body underwent a perfect transformation. Chapter 2344. In this special world, it was very difficult to advance from level 3 to level 4 because it had nothing to do with one's strength, but only the strength of one's physical body. Even if one was a peak saint ruler in the outside world, one would still be stuck at level 3 if one did not have a saint-level physical body. This was the special part of this world. However, if one had a level 4 physical body, they would be able to break through very quickly as long as they had enough resources. The energy crystal that Steward Mai had given Zichen had a great history. Its value was not something that a few thousand drops of sacred origin fluid could exchange for. However, Zichen had not reached a certain boundary yet, so he naturally did not know the value of the energy crystal. His perception was still expanding, and within the range of his perception, the figures of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another. Some of them were hidden in the night, quietly observing their surroundings, while others were slowly moving and pacing around. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, they all displayed an extremely high level of vigilance and rare quietness. Evidently, these were the beasts that Lin Sai had taken control of again. After the previous lesson, he was no longer careless and had taken control of many beasts and deployed them strictly so that he could observe his surroundings. Zichen's perception expanded to twice its original size, and in his perception, he discovered 8 pseudo-divine beasts. He believed that in those places where his perception couldn't extend, there must be other pseudo-divine beasts secretly observing. In addition to the changes in his perception, Zichen's physical body was also undergoing a metamorphosis at this moment. The most important point was that his physical body had become stronger. It was as if a layer of the seal on his body had suddenly been removed. This feeling could not be described with words and could only be understood. Zichen, what's wrong? Li sensed that Zichen was a little abnormal and looked at Zichen in astonishment. Ye Ge and the others also looked up, their eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, they felt that there was something different about Zichen, but they could not pinpoint exactly what was different about him. Malt, who was staring at the bonfire in a daze, looked up and glanced at Zichen. Then her expression changed, and her expression became one of astonishment and disbelief. Steward Mac looked at Zichen and smiled. His smile was very gratified. With just one energy crystal, Zichen was able to make a breakthrough in just a few days. This proved that when he was in the outside world, his physical body was no longer at the saint level. Instead, he had already walked a considerable distance on this path. When he nodded in relief, he didn't bring up this matter. Beside him, Malt didn't say anything either. He didn't even suggest to spar with Zichen. She was very clear about her own strength. She could suppress Zichen without using the heavenly thunder wings and broken blade, but that was only when Zichen was level 3. Now that both of them were at level 4, even if Zichen did not use the heavenly thunder wings, his speed would still surpass hers. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. He also didn't tell them that he had broken through. This could be considered a small secret. Once there was danger, he who had entered level 4 would give them a huge shock. At that time, it would be a pleasant surprise. Come, let's eat something. Li handed a large piece of barbecued meat to Zichen. Zichen took it without hesitation and ate it in big bites. There were obviously 2 great advantages to having a beastmaster in a team. First, they didn't have to be vigilant of their surroundings. Second, they didn't have to worry about not having enough meat. That night, Zichen drank a pot of wine, which was rare. After the others fell asleep one after another, he sat cross-legged beside the fire and closed his eyes. At this moment, there was still some energy left in the energy crystal in his stomach. It was turning into the last bit of energy and was being absorbed by his body. Then, Zichen realized that after absorbing this energy, his physical body was still strengthening. In addition, the meat he had eaten was also turning into energy and increasing the strength of his physical body. The saint-level physical body was the foundation. Level 4 was just the beginning. Zichen, who had entered level 4, had undoubtedly entered the beginning. Now, he was very curious about level 5 hunters. He wondered if there was a meaning to this level. The sky was bright, and everyone got up and set off. They weren't just rushing. During the journey, they would deliberately take detours. If they found a beautiful place, they would stop and admire it. Some even stayed for a few days. Gradually, Zichen found out that the 5 of them had been following Steward Mac for a long time. They were all temporarily hired by Malt. They didn't have a specific destination. They were just there to protect Malt when she went out to have fun. Malt's purpose of going out was just to have fun. Neither Steward Mac nor Malt cared about the last assassination attempt. Even if Zichen was worried, he couldn't say anything when his employer didn't say anything. In a valley full of flowers, Malt was playing with his bare feet. He had an innocent smile on his face, and he was having a lot of fun. Li was 20 meters away from her. Ye Ge and the others were guarding somewhere else. Lin Sai and Saber-Toothed Tiger were on the cliff, while Zichen and Steward Mac were on the other side of the valley. The 2 sat at the edge of the cliff, where they could clearly see Malt below. Zichen looked at the blue sky in the distance, and then tilted his head to look at Steward Mac. Steward Mac, what are the requirements for becoming a level 5 hunter? Level 5. I haven't congratulated you on reaching level 4 yet. Steward Mac smiled and turned to look at Zichin. It's all thanks to Steward Mac's energy crystal. Level 4 requires a saint-level physical body. What about level 5? What are the requirements? Level 5. Steward Mac sighed. He looked at Malt below and then looked into the distance. As long as you can awaken your abilities in this world, continuously consume sacred origin fluid, and don't die in an accident, you'll reach level 4 one day and have a saint-level physical body. But it's difficult to reach level 5 from level 4. What's so difficult about it? Zichin asked. 4th tier requires physical strength as long as one's physical body is strengthened. However, 5th tier requires special energy, which excludes many 4th tier beings, Butlermai said. Special type of energy? That's right. It's the type of energy you're really good at in the outside world. In this world, you need to awaken your energy to reach level 5, and what you awaken is the type of energy you have in the outside world. Steward Mac pointed to a golden cloud in the sky and said, for example, your energy in the outside world is fire. The energy you awaken in this world can only be fire. But there's a huge difference between different types of fire. There's also a difference between stronger and weaker types of fire. Those weaker types of fire can't be recognized by this world, and thus can't be awakened. Only those special and powerful types of fire can be awakened. This principle is similar to that of things brought in from the outside world. If the quality is so special that even the laws can't destroy it, then it can stay in this world. But if the quality is average, even if it appears in this world, it will be washed away by time and decay overnight. That's what it's like to reach level 5. If your energy is strong enough, then you can ignore the laws here and let it appear in this world. But if your energy isn't strong enough, then you can only stop under the suppression of the laws of this world. That's why it's easy to reach level 4, but difficult to reach level 5. Steward Mac explained very clearly, and Zichin also heard it clearly. Before reaching level 5, anything was possible, even if one reached level 4. But after reaching level 5, the laws would separate everyone according to the survival of the fittest. It had a clear bottom line of the laws. As long as one could surpass this bottom line, one could enter level 5. If one couldn't meet this requirement, one would forever be stuck at level 4. Zichen's energy attribute was undoubtedly lightning. But what made Zichen somewhat uncertain was whether his lightning had met the requirements of the laws. Then what about level 6 after level 5? What are the requirements? Zichin asked. Level 6? Steward Mac suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, You will naturally know when the time comes. Looking at Zichen's thoughtful expression, Steward Mac smiled and said, You have just reached level 4. It's better for you to continue building your foundation. As for level 5, you don't have to think about it for now. Zichin nodded. He had used such a short time to reach level 4 from an ordinary person. In fact, he was already very satisfied. He asked about level 5 not because he was in a hurry to break through, but because it was rare to meet someone who knew about level 5. He was just curious and wanted to know more. Malt was tired from playing, so he returned to the carriage to rest. Along the way, Zichin admired the wildebeest's endurance. Dun Li's wildebeest was of high quality, but after pulling a carriage, it would also feel tired after a long journey. However, Steward Mac's wildebeest had pulled a huge carriage, so its endurance was very good. Not to mention that the carriage was very light. Zichin once pushed it when it got stuck. It was very heavy. It was not at the same level as a handcart. During the journey, Zichin asked Malt when he would go back. He knew that Malt was born in this world and had his own family. His family was very powerful. Malt told Zichin that he might go back after this trip. In these few days, Zichin found that Steward Mac, who was always calm, seemed to have gradually become more serious. The smile on his face was also less than usual. After leaving the valley, they walked for half a day and arrived at an open area. It was very flat. There were no trees around. Steward Mac suddenly waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's stop here." This was the first time Steward Mac said that he wanted to stop at a place after Zi Qin joined the team. Usually it was Malt or Dun Li who decided where to stay. Dun Li and the others also sensed Steward Mac's abnormality, so they did not show any objection. He glanced at Lindsay, and Lindsay nodded. At the end of the line of sight, there were black shadows moving quickly. Those were Lindsay's beasts. After a while, Lindsay shook his head at Dunley, indicating that he did not find anything unusual. It was noon, and they had nothing to do, so they could only sit beside the carriage board. Zi Qin, who had been guessing Steward Mac's intentions, felt a sense of danger as the sky changed. Now he was almost certain that danger was coming. Steward Mac had chosen the battlefield in advance. As night fell, Zi Qin's sense of danger became even stronger. Dun Li and the others also felt that something was wrong, and their expressions gradually became serious. Chapter 2345. A roar came from afar, which woke everyone up. In fact, they didn't sleep at all that night. Even though those pseudo-divine beasts were on guard, and they would be able to detect the slightest movement, the oppressive atmosphere created an invisible pressure that made them unable to sleep. Zi Qin sensed that those pseudo-divine beasts who were on guard began to return quickly with panic in their eyes. Their duty was to monitor the surroundings, not to fight with the enemy. After discovering the enemy, leaving quickly was the wisest choice. From their expressions, it could be seen that the enemy was very strong. Someone is coming. There are less than 20 of them. We can't rule out that it's just the first wave, Lindsay said. At the same time, Zi Qin sensed many figures. Among them, there were some familiar faces. They were the level for hunters who fought against Dun Li and his companions last time, as well as a few unfamiliar faces. However, it was not difficult to see that these people were at least level 4. On the wildebeest carriage, Malt was awakened. He poked his head out, but was stopped by Steward Mac, who signaled him to go back into the carriage and not come out. Steward Mac's expression became very serious. The newcomers appeared in everyone's sight. In addition to the hunters from last time, there were 2 more people in the group. One of them was wearing a black robe which covered his whole body so that no one could see his face. The other was a strong man with bulging muscles on his upper body. He was full of power. Edgar, who had been the leader in the previous battle, followed behind the 2 of them with a respectful expression. After seeing the strong man's face, Dun Li and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. They exclaimed, "Washan! You're Washan!" The strong man looked at the 4 people and sneered. He said, "People say that you're proud and arrogant. I didn't expect you to recognize us from Dragon Mountain." Dun Li wanted to say nonsense. "You're one of the founders of Dragon Mountain." However, at this moment, he was not in the mood to joke. His eyes were full of despair. Washan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain, had the strength of a level 6 hunter. That was a level 6 hunter, a level that he had never dreamed of. He never would have thought that Longshan would actually bring out an existence like Washan. What exactly was the other party planning? Zi Qin felt an immense pressure coming from the 2 people in front of him. Among them, the one called Washan made Zi Qin feel as if he was facing the threat of death. Clearly, the 2 sides were not on the same level at all, and the difference in combat strength was like heaven and earth. Steward Mac jumped down from the carriage and walked to Zi Qin's side. He looked at the muscular man in front of him and said, "Washan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain. He's a level 6 hunter." Zi Qin's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to have such a strong background. Moreover, the other party was a level 6 hunter. "Old man, you know me very well, but I don't know you at all. This time, I was asked by someone to kill you. Please don't mind." Washan looked at Steward Mac and said indifferently, "I won't. Life and death is up to fate." Steward Mac shook his head and said indifferently. However, just when everyone thought that the conversation would continue for a while, Steward Mac, who was beside Zi Qin, suddenly disappeared like a phantom. What fast speed! Zi Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't even see how the other party disappeared. That speed was even faster than when he used the heavenly thunder wings. In front of him, a blinding light appeared in front of the black-robed man beside Washan. A person stood in the middle of that light. It was Steward Mac. At this moment, Steward Mac, who was radiating with light, had a stalwart figure and a surging aura. He had changed from a coachman to a true powerhouse. He struck out with his palm and went straight for the black-robed man. The other party raised his head. His eyes, which were tightly exposed, were already filled with shock. This attack was so fierce that he couldn't dodge it at all. A level 6 sneak attack, a level 5. That's a little shameless. At this moment, Washan's loud voice rang out. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-robed man. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. 2 glowing palm prints collided with each other, bringing about a violent energy vibration. Washan's body swayed, and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed man behind him had already taken the opportunity to retreat far away. Steward Mac missed his attack and returned to Zi Chen's side in a flash. He stood there motionlessly. You're indeed a level 6. You're really shameless. Washan stared at Steward Mac and said coldly. Dun Li and the others' faces were filled with shock. They were shocked by Steward Mac's strength. He usually didn't reveal his strength, but he was actually a powerful level 6 hunter. They were even more shocked by Washan's previous words. Level 6 against level 5. It was obvious that the black-robed man was a level 5 hunter. A level 6, a level 5, and more than a dozen level 4 hunters. How terrifying would this force be? With just the few of them, they could only restrain the level 4 hunters, but they couldn't do anything to the level 5 hunter. Unless Steward Mac could fight 1 against 2, but this was obviously impossible. He had already given up his dignity as a level 6 to attack the level 5 hunter. Steward Mac wasn't angry after being called shameless by Washan. He looked at Zi Chen and said, Things are a little out of our expectations. This might be the last battle. Zi Chen listened quietly and didn't say anything. Steward Mac continued, I'll leave this person to you. Dun Li and the others widened their eyes and looked at Steward Mac and Zi Chen in shock. Obviously, this kind of communication was beyond their understanding. Zi Chen was only a level 3. How could he deal with a level 5? However, what Zi Chen did next shocked them so much that they were dumbfounded. Zi Chen nodded and said, Do you want to live or die? Just trap him for now. It's best if you can kill him. Don't force it. Do what you can, Steward Mac said. Zi Chen nodded again and raised his scabbard with his left hand. Behind was Shan, Edgar, and the others were also very shocked. They knew Zi Chen. In the last battle, it was he who had ruined their careful plan and arrangement. But in just a dozen days, could he have grown to the point where he could fight against a level 5 hunter? Let's go. Steward Mac looked at Washan and turned to walk away. Just what I wanted. Washan sneered. This place was too small for a level 6 hunter. He followed. Dun Li and the others also spread out and looked at the level 4 hunters vigilantly. Among these level 4 hunters, there were many puppeteers. They had thick skin and strong defense. Lin Sai returned to the carriage. Saber-toothed tiger and another pseudo-divine beast, who was good at fighting, were on guard. The other pseudo-divine beasts had retreated far away. A battle of this level wasn't something he could participate in. Zi Chen looked at the level 5 hunter and didn't move. Although he had said it lightly, he was still very afraid of this unknown realm. The level 5 hunter walked forward and stared at Zi Chen with only his exposed eyes. He seemed to be grinning maliciously. Kill! Battle cries rang out. The level 4 hunters were the first to make a move. They swarmed toward Dun, Li, and the others. Scram! Menta roared and tapped his foot. As the earth trembled, he rushed forward in his heavy armor and brandished his great axe. Next, the unique sound of heavy armor colliding rang out. They were all existences with extremely strong defense. It was as if two giants were attacking each other. Yagoo was among the humanoid puppets and began to fight with the other puppets. His twin hammers fell, and the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. Edgar blocked Dunley once again. Their weapons clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Two powerhouses wielding large sabers began to fight with Yuan Hong, bringing out one saber arc after another. Malt hid in the carriage and didn't come out. The wildebeest in front of the carriage stood up, its hooves constantly stomping the ground. It seemed very anxious. Lindsay stood to the side. This battle had nothing to do with him. All he could do was let the pseudo-divine beast take Malt and escape at the critical moment. Boom! In the distance, energy fluctuations spread out. Two powerhouses with strong light effects had already begun to fight. Directly in front of Zi-Chin, the black-robed man's body also started to flicker with light. The light wasn't bright, but it was naturally emitted by his body. At the same time, within the light, there was a strong fluctuation of qi. It was the fluctuation of the wind. His black robes fluttered without wind. In Zi-Chen's perception, a gust of wind blew with him as the center. Combined with his understanding of level 5, it was not difficult to guess that this was a unique type of wind attribute. Among the people he knew, only Zhan Wu and Qing Feng possessed the laws of wind. Sure enough, there were no weaklings among those who could reach level 5, because the weak were all blocked by the laws of the realm. Swoosh! He unsheathed his broken saber and rushed towards the level 5 hunter with extreme speed. As he moved forward, the wind around him grew stronger, affecting his speed and preventing him from fully utilizing his extreme speed. Wind blade! The level 5 hunter looked at Zi-Chin, who was charging forward, and said coldly. The wind around him grew stronger, and Zi-Chen's robes began to flap. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wind blade formed from the strong wind and rushed towards Zi-Chen's face. Zi-Chen shifted his body and dodged the attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! The wind rose again, and two wind blades went towards the back of Zi-Chen's head. Zi-Chen shifted his body again and dodged easily. The wind was indeed strong, but it didn't affect Zi-Chen's perception at all. No matter how clever or unexpected the opponent's attack was, Zi-Chen could still sense it and dodge it easily. After experiencing it personally, he had a deeper understanding of level 5 hunters. At this level, they could use energy, and that energy was their attribute in the outside world. If Zi-Chen advanced to level 5, then his energy would obviously be lightning, but whether it would still be yin-yang lightning, Zi-Chen wasn't sure yet. Zi-Chen, who was in the strong wind, kept dodging and didn't take the initiative to attack. It seemed like he was trapped. At this moment, the sky had yet to brighten. It was still somewhat dark. A faint black shadow was quietly moving about. The shadow avoided everyone's perception and approached Yuan Hong. Among the four of them, only Yuan Hong and Dunley didn't put up any defenses. It seemed like the shadow thought that this person was easier to kill. Zi-Chen was very familiar with this shadow. It was the assassin who had failed to kill him twice and left immediately. The shadow quickly arrived in front of Yuan Hong. Just as the assassin was about to attack, Zi-Chen's voice rang out, "Yuan Hong, behind you!" Yuan Hong's long saber shook and forced the two to retreat. He immediately turned around and slashed down with his long saber. Clang! A loud sound rang out, and the shadow was sent flying. His sneak attack had failed, and his face was filled with anger. Chapter 2346. His sneak attack had failed again, and the black figure was furious. As a level 4 assassin, he was usually the main force. But in the last battle, his abilities were completely suppressed, and he could only retreat after 2 failed assassinations. Today, he took advantage of the fact that his opponent was trapped to attack again, but he failed again. After 3 failed sneak attacks, he still did not know how his opponent knew his exact location. Could it be that he really had Heaven's Eye? The assassin could not figure it out, and there was no need for him to figure it out, because Zi-Chin did not intend to let him live. When he was a level 3 assassin, it might have been difficult for him to deal with a level 4 assassin, and he could only let the assassin go. But now that he was a level 4 assassin, the pressure on him was much less. He might not be able to kill those thick-skinned puppets, but it was still easy to deal with an assassin who had lost his balance and was defenseless. A black light forcefully pierced through the strong wind, drawing an arc in the air as it went straight for the back of the assassin's head. A sharp whistle sounded, and the assassin's face changed as he felt the threat of death. He roared, and the threat of death made him explode with unprecedented potential. Without any leverage, he turned in the air and used his weapon to block in front of him. Swoosh! The black light was about to collide with the weapon, but suddenly changed direction without warning, and then turned a corner, piercing through the assassin's temple. Uft! The black light pierced through the assassin's temple and disappeared into the gale, leaving behind an arc of light. A level 4 assassin died just like that in front of everyone's eyes. This scene brought great shock to the crowd. An assassin was killed, but they didn't see clearly what the black light that killed the assassin was. Damn it! In the strong wind, the level 5 hunter's angry roar sounded. When he attacked, the opponent still had the chance to kill the assassin. To him, this was a slap in the face. In the midst of the strong wind, there was an even stronger whistling sound. Even more wind blades appeared and whistled through the air towards Zichin. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichin, who was in the midst of the strong wind, began to display extreme speed, dodging one attack after another. The unsheathed broken saber would occasionally draw a saber arc and split the surrounding wind blades in half. Wind is everywhere. My attacks are everywhere. The level 5 hunter said coldly when he saw that Zichin was still able to handle the wind. In the next moment, the howling wind grew even stronger. All the wind materialized into wind blades, slicing towards Zichin. Chi! Chi! Wherever the wind blades passed, they were everywhere. Even with his extreme speed, Zichin was unable to dodge them all. The broken saber in his hand brought out layers of saber arcs. All the wind blades that were enveloped by the saber arcs were shattered, but there were still more wind blades that went straight for Zichin. Zichin's robe was instantly cut open, and even his skin was bleeding. He was in the middle of the wind blades, and it was as if he was being dismembered. There was no way to dodge such an attack. The difference between a level 4 and a level 5 hunter was fully displayed at this moment. Looking at Zichin, who was dodging the wind blades in a very sorry state, the level 5 hunter's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. This level 4 hunter, who had just been boasting shamelessly, would soon be dismembered by the wind blades. Wang! At this moment there was a light vibration. Zichin's body glowed brightly. It was a very bright light, and there seemed to be electric snakes swimming around the light. The moment the electric light appeared, the wind blades paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this pause, Zichin turned into a saber arc and tore through the wind blades' defense, charging towards the level 5 hunter. He was very fast, like a shooting star flying at high speed. The level 5 hunter's mockery disappeared. His body flashed with light, and he struck forward with his palm. The strong force of the wind surged. Boom! The energy formed by the force of the wind vibrated and stopped Zichin from charging forward, causing him to stagger backwards. The strong force of the wind had completely disappeared. Zichin steadied himself, the lightning wings on his back flapping gently. His face was slightly pale, and his body was covered with wounds. The hand that was holding the broken saber was also trembling slightly. In front of him, there was a cut on the level 5 hunter's palm. Blood was dripping from the wound. A level 4 hunter against a level 5 hunter. Zichin had injured his opponent, but his own injuries were more serious. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference between the two of them was very large, separated by the recognition of the rules. In the distance, the surging energy was still vibrating. The battle between the two level 6 hunters was evenly matched. During this period of time, the aftermath of the vibrating energy made everyone's hearts palpitate. Dun Li and the others who were fighting looked at Zi Chen with worry. They were happy that Zi Chen had reached level 4, but Zi Chen's opponent was a level 5 hunter. As level 4 hunters, they knew the difference between level 5 hunters and level 5 hunters was much greater than the difference between level 3 hunters and level 4 hunters. Even if Zi Chen's combat power was extraordinary, it was still very difficult for him to fight a level 5 hunter as a level 4 hunter. It was already very impressive that he didn't die. It was too difficult for a level 4 hunter to kill a level 5 hunter. You don't know what's good for you. The level 5 hunter looked at Zi Chen and said. A 3-meter-long wind blade appeared in front of him. After the wind blade appeared, it trembled slightly and went straight for Zi Chen. The wind blade was very fast. Zi Chen's vision was blurred, and the wind blade was in front of him. Zi Chen, who had no time to dodge, could only block with his saber. Clang! The wind blade broke his saber, and a sonorous sound was heard. Zi Chen only felt a strong force hit him, and he was sent flying along with his saber. In the distant battlefield, the two level 6 hunters clashed again, and the dazzling light of energy spread in all directions. In this world, a level 6 hunter could be called a powerhouse, a true powerhouse. Powerful forces like the Annihilation Dragon and the Dragon Mountain only had a few level 6 hunters, and they were all the higher-ups. I didn't expect that a random housekeeper from the My family would be a level 6 hunter. Washan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly to Steward Mac, "Since you know where I come from, it's meaningless to threaten you with the My family." Steward Mac's face was slightly pale, and he said in a deep voice, "You took the initiative to show up this time, so there must be more than these few people, right? Are these people not enough to deal with you? Look at what your people have become." Washan laughed sarcastically. On the battlefield, Dun Li and the other 3 were being suppressed. Zi Chen had already been defeated by a level 5 hunter, and what he said before had become a joke. Only Lindsay had no enemies, but it didn't make a difference whether he was there or not. In a battlefield like this, even a level 4 hunter could make a difference, let alone a level 3 hunter who didn't have much fighting power. As time went by, they would be completely defeated, and then death would be the only outcome. Steward Mac shook his head and didn't say anything more. Maybe these people were enough, but if they wanted to kill all the witnesses and destroy all the evidence, they obviously weren't enough. It's been 10 breaths. How's your recovery? Washan asked again in a cold voice. How about you? Steward Mac asked. Not fully recovered, but it's enough to stop you. You're only half right. We only have a few people, but I'm not the only one. Washan's lips curled into a smile. You're not the only one? What do you mean? Steward Mac's face immediately changed. He turned his head to look at the battlefield. Was there another powerful person hiding there? Washan stood in front of Steward Mac and said, "With me here, you can only watch from here. It's impossible for you to help. A good show is about to start." Steward Mac didn't try to rush in because Washan was right. The other party could definitely stop him. At this moment, his eyes were scanning the crowd, trying to find the hidden, powerful person. It definitely wasn't the level 5 hunter, because there was no need for that. If that was the case, then the hidden, powerful person could only be a level 4 hunter. But it wasn't realistic for such a powerful person to hide, unless Steward might look at the puppets that were fighting Yaga. Unless that powerful figure was hiding among the puppets, Steward might thought to himself. Before he could warn Yaga, he saw Yaga wave his battle axe and send a human-shaped puppet flying. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but the place where the human-shaped puppet was sent flying was where Malt's carriage was. Steward Mac's face changed greatly. He had already guessed that the hidden person was very likely the other party, but it was too late for him to warn Yaga. The person quickly smashed into the carriage, and then his body started to glow. The layer of puppet defense around him exploded in an instant. At the same time, a powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. The carriage behind him started to shake violently. Lindsay, who was beside the carriage, was instantly sent flying by the sudden powerful energy wave along with the two divine beasts beside him. A person appeared among the human-shaped puppets. He was also wearing a black robe and holding the puppet's sword. He turned around in the air and slashed toward the carriage. The glowing sword in his hand directly pierced through the carriage and then cut horizontally toward the side of the carriage. As the sword fell, the carriage exploded with a loud bang. The upper half of the carriage was thrown into the sky, revealing Malt, who had a frightened look on his face. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react. A powerful level 6 powerhouse was already in front of Malt. "Get lost!" Menta roared, his battle axe dancing quickly as he tried to rush to the side of the carriage to save Malt. But the puppets beside him rushed forward one by one to block him. Dunley and the others were facing the same situation. Chapter 2347. Looking at the level 6 hunter, Malt's pretty face was filled with fear and shock. The level 6 hunter was also an old man in a black robe. He looked at Malt and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss, I'm sorry." His eyes were gloomy and filled with murderous intent. He didn't look apologetic at all. He raised his long sword high and was about to slash down. Dunley and the others were trapped and couldn't help. Even if they could, it wouldn't change anything. They would be killed instantly if they were to face a level 6 hunter. Roar! With a furious roar, the saber-toothed tiger that had been sent flying rushed over and pounced on the level 6 hunter. Uft! The saber-toothed tiger's head was pierced through while it was still in midair. It was only level 3. How could it face a level 6 hunter? Whoosh! A black light flew towards the level 6 hunter. On the other side, Zichun had made his move. After he made his move, the lightning wings on his back flapped. He used the 9 flashes of lightning and rushed towards Malt. He had a hard time dealing with a level 5 hunter as a level 4 hunter. He would definitely die if he faced a level 6 hunter. However, he had promised Steward Mac and received an energy crystal as a reward. He had to help at this moment. The level 6 hunter reached out and blocked the black light with his palm. Swoosh! The black light changed its direction and attacked from the other side. However, it was useless. The level 6 hunter's palm emitted a bright light. The light seemed to contain a strong attraction force and actually pulled the flying dagger over. So you're relying on this little thing. The throwing knife fell into the hunter's hand. The level 6 hunter looked at the throwing knife and laughed coldly. As a level 6 hunter, he could control the entire situation. No one could do anything to him. Malt seemed to have realized this too. She accepted her fate and didn't take the chance to escape. Even if she did, she couldn't escape. After all, her opponent was a level 6 hunter and she was only a level 4 hunter. At this moment, Malt seemed to have lost her soul. She stared at the level 6 hunter as if she had suffered a blow. The fear on her face was replaced by disbelief. Pulling the sword out of the saber-toothed tiger's head, the level 6 hunter turned around and threw the throwing knife in his hand. Pooh! The throwing knife went straight for Zichun. Among the layers of illusions, it found Zichun's real body. It pierced through Zichun's shoulder armor, and the energy it contained sent Zichun flying. This was the strength of a level 6 hunter. Zichun didn't die, but at the last moment he regained control of the flying dagger and made it change direction slightly. He turned around and looked at Malt again. Malt recovered from his shock and said, "Steward Chung, it's you!" "Long time no see. Mississippi, the 6th tier." Hunter bowed to Malt. "You want to kill me?" Malt looked at the butler. The level 6 hunter raised his sword again and said, "Miss, please don't blame me." "Is second uncle trying to kill me?" Malt asked again. The level 6 hunter didn't say anything else. The long sword in his hand had already fallen. Malt couldn't dodge this sword at all. Z-chan was injured, and the others were trapped. They couldn't help. Steward Mac was still far away. He was being held back by Washan and couldn't help. At this moment, Malt only had a wildebeest beside him, and there was nothing else alive. Death was approaching in an instant. No one could save her, unless a miracle happened and the wildebeest suddenly jumped up to save its master. Even so, the wildebeest could only block the attack for a moment for Malt. Just as death was approaching, a miracle happened. The wildebeest broke free from its reins and charged at the level 6 hunter. The level 6 hunter didn't turn around this time. He didn't think a wildebeest could do any harm to him. He had to act as soon as possible in order to avoid trouble. In the distance, Steward Mac was surprisingly calm when he saw Malt in danger. He wasn't moved at all. Washan, who was opposite him, couldn't understand what was going on. Under everyone's gaze, the wildebeest charged at the level 6 hunter. The latter ignored the wildebeest and quickly slashed down with his longsword. At this moment, the battle paused. Everyone turned around to look at the scene. Then, everyone's expressions underwent a drastic change. They became shocked and horrified. When the sword light fell, the level 6 hunter sensed that something was wrong with the wildebeest charging at him from the corner of his eye. The momentum of the sword didn't decrease at all. He turned around subconsciously and looked at the wildebeest. He realized that the wildebeest was gone. It was a person who was charging at him. A person with a horse-like face was charging at him. The huge fist was already in front of him. The fist was glowing brightly and kept expanding in front of him. Bang! Before the sword in the level 6 hunter's hand could land on Malt, the fist had already landed on his face. A powerful force surged, and the level 6 hunter was sent flying along with his weapon. The entire place was silent, or perhaps it could be said that it was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the extra person. His face was very long, just like the face of a horse. His upper body was also naked. There were lines on his body. At this moment, the lines were glowing and looked very strange. This wasn't the first time Zichin saw a pseudo-divine beast that could transform into a human. When he was still at level 2, he had already seen the moon wolf girl who could transform into a human. But at that time, he was just watching from afar. He was just curious and wasn't too shocked. At this moment, when he saw the wildebeest transform into a human, he suddenly remembered what Steward Mac said. As for level 6, you'll know when the time comes. At this moment, for words appeared in his mind. Level 6, transformation. Malt was still standing on the carriage. It could be seen that she was very surprised by the wildebeest transforming into a human. However, there wasn't any joy on her face. There was only sadness. This sadness came from the level 6 hunter he knew and the master behind him. The level 6 hunter rolled several times before stabilizing his body. Half of his face was swelling up at the fastest speed. He looked at the wildebeest that had transformed into a human and said with a face full of shock, "You, under Lord My Chun's orders, I swear to protect the young lady's safety." The horse-faced expert said indifferently. He clenched his fist, and the lines on his upper body shone with mysterious light. After saying that, the horse-faced expert rushed forward and punched at the level 6 hunter. A ripple of energy vibrated from his fist. Clang! The level 6 hunter raised his sword to meet the fist. When the sword and the fist met, there was a sonorous sound. Looking at the two level 6 hunters fighting, Washan's face was also full of shock. Wildebeest, a transformed wildebeest! The wildebeest was the weakest pseudo-divine beast. It couldn't even be considered as a pseudo-divine beast. At most, it was considered as food for pseudo-divine beasts. In this world, it could at most advance to level 2. He had been in this world for a long time, but he had never heard of a level 3 wildebeest, let alone a level 6 transformed wildebeest. Before coming, they had calculated all kinds of unforeseen events and made thorough preparations. They even calculated that the young lady might have the fighting power of a level 5 hunter. But under all kinds of calculations, this wildebeest that had been pulling the carriage was ruled out. But at this part of the plan that shouldn't have gone wrong, there was a problem. A level 6 wildebeest, this was simply a shocking thing. Looking at Washan's shocked expression, Steward Mac smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect you to work for my Wu, but it seems that you miscalculated again." Washan looked back at Steward Mac and said, "It's true that we miscalculated. A level 6 transformed wildebeest, this is unexpected. But you didn't have the upper hand. As long as we pin down the two of you, the others can still kill Miss Mai, right?" On the battlefield, Dun Li and the other 3 could still hold on. The hunters couldn't do anything to them for the time being. On the other hand, Zichen seemed to have lost. And once the level 5 hunter killed Zichen, he would be able to kill Miss Mai family. The final winner will still be us. Just as Washan said this, the level 5 hunter's huge wind blade collided with Zichen's weapon again. The impact sent Zichen flying and made him lose control of his body. Whoosh! At this moment, an arrow pierced through the air and went straight for Zichen, who had lost control of his body. That arrow was very sharp and fast, and the timing was very good. It was right when Zichen lost his center of gravity. Just like how Zichen dealt with the assassin, this attack was truly fatal. Under such circumstances, no one could react because no one noticed that there was an archer in the dark. This was a sneak attack that took people by surprise. Even if they could react, they wouldn't be able to dodge. This was because there were more arrows behind the arrow, one after another, flying in the same direction. In the face of such a sneak attack, it seemed to be a dead end for them. No one could react in time, but this didn't include Zichen. He had already released his powerful senses and had a clear premonition of everything around him. Even though the other party had been moving close to the ground, as if they were on the ground, they still couldn't escape from Zichen's senses. In other words, the reason why Zichen had been so passive was because he had been waiting for this arrow to land. Now the arrow finally came. He held the broken sword tightly and blocked in front of him. The arrow hit the broken sword, and his body began to fly backwards. In his perception, the archer was knocking arrows on his bow and shooting arrows one after another. His gaze was very focused, and his expression was very solemn. Every arrow was shot with all his strength. Now, it was time for him to show his best archery skills. Even though he was only level 3 in his domain, a level 4 hunter would still die. He had a record of killing a level 4 hunter. Now, killing a level 4 hunter who had lost his center of gravity and was injured was not a difficult task. Chapter 2348. The archer was focused on killing Zichen, but he didn't know that Zichen was also thinking of a way to kill him. As long as he was alive, he would be a potential threat to the others. The transformation of the wildebeest was beyond his expectations, but it also successfully brought the battle to a stalemate. Therefore, the next battle became the key. Other than him, the other 4 would be in great danger if they were targeted by the archer in the dark. Because the arrows were too fast, it was better to find an opportunity to kill the archer rather than divert his attention to warn him again and again. Therefore, Zichen purposely revealed an opening in the battle to force the archer to attack him. The moment the archer stood up and shot an arrow at him, Zichen's throwing knife also struck at the right moment. At this moment, the archer was fully focused on calculating Zichen's landing point and position. Under such circumstances, he would let down his guard and even lose his vigilance. In the end, Zichen gained the upper hand in this battle and killed the archer. Under the impact of the arrows, Zichen, who was blocking with his knife, flew back dozens of meters before stabilizing himself. At this moment, the archer was already dead. At this moment, the battle was truly at a stalemate. Both sides had a chance of winning. After stabilizing himself, Zichen stared at the level 5 hunter and asked Malt in a deep voice, "Malt, can you fight?" Of course. Malt stood up from the carriage in a daze and put away his complicated emotions. A long whip appeared in his hand. "Do you need me to help you?" "No need, just help a few of them. I can kill this level 5 hunter." Zi-Chin shook his head, slowly, and threw the scabbard in his hand to the side. He held the broken knife tightly, and the lightning wings on his back flapped again. Shameless boasting. The level 5 hunter sneered. He looked at Zi-Chin and said, "Then I'll kill you first." The wind blade appeared again. This time it was even bigger and more powerful than before. It went straight for Zi-Chin. "This move is useless against me." Zi-Chen's voice rang out. His entire body was like a flash of light. "You were able to gain the upper hand when I was distracted just now, but you won't anymore." Zi-Chen dodged a wind blade and flashed to the side of the level 5 hunter. The broken sword in his hand drew an arc as it slashed towards the hunter's abdomen. Pooh! The broken blade slashed across, breaking through the opponent's energy defense and leaving a wound on the opponent's abdomen. However, the wind blades that followed also left several wounds on Zi-Chen's body. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Zi-Chen's figure flashed, and the blade flashed again. This time, it was aimed at the neck of the level 5 hunter. At the same time, his cold voice rang out, "So what if you're a level 5? Your defense is just SOO." As he spoke, his body flashed around the level 5 hunter like a shadow. The sound of sharp blades slicing flesh could be heard. Among them were Zi-Chin and the level 5 hunter. Blade arcs and wind blades were constantly changing between the two of them. Every time Zi-Chen's attack landed on the level 5 hunter, he would receive several times the damage. It was indeed very difficult for a level 4 to fight a level 5. Malt stood up from the carriage. At this moment, she had transformed from a weak young girl into a level 4 hunter. She stood on the carriage with an unusually determined expression. The long whip in her hand shook, and with a crack, the whip was like a poisonous snake. It quickly passed through the crowd and wrapped around a level 4 hunter who was holding a long sword. She then exerted her strength and sent the level 4 hunter flying. "Ha! Yagu," who was inside the puppet, roared. His body soared into the sky, and the twin hammers in his hands smashed towards the level 5 hunter. Crack! The moment the hammers fell, the level 5 hunter blocked with his weapon. The huge force broke his weapon, and at the same time the hammers fell and crushed his ribs. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and after passing through the level 5 hunter's body, it went straight for the level 5 hunter. Under the joint attack of the three, a level 4 hunter was killed in an instant. Crack! Crack! Then, Malt's long whip started to sweep around. Out of the group of level 4 hunters, 2 of them had to deal with Malt. In this way, the situation of the battle had completely changed. Zi-Chen's side, who had been suppressed earlier, had gradually gained the upper hand. The broken sword in Zi-Chen's hand cut through the level 5 hunter's defense. Numerous wind blades surged from the level 5 hunter's body, leaving many wounds on Zi-Chen's body. At this moment, in the face of an almost undefeatable opponent, Zi-Chen could only use the moves he was good at. A life for a life. He wanted to use his unique and powerful life force to trade for a level 5 hunter's life. His injuries were very serious at the moment, but the remaining energy crystals in his body were constantly releasing energy to repair his physical body. Although his body was dripping with blood, many of the wounds had already started to scab. Swoosh! The elusive flying dagger also appeared from time to time, helping Zi-Chen neutralize the fatal attacks. Go to hell! The level 5 hunter held a wind blade in his hand and stabbed it towards Zi-Chen's heart. Zi-Chen dodged quickly, so the attack only pierced through his shoulder. But then he grabbed the wind blade tightly and stabbed the broken sword in his hand towards the level 5 hunter's chest. Swoosh! The level 5 hunter abandoned the wind blade and retreated, dodging Zi-Chen's attack. This exchange of a life for a life left Zi-Chen severely injured, but the level 5 hunter was not injured at all. However, before the other party could reveal a smile, something pierced through his chest. It was the ubiquitous flying dagger. Ugh! The level 5 hunter did not die immediately after his chest was pierced by the flying dagger. He clutched his chest, and a light of energy appeared on his palm, protecting his chest. At the same time, another wind blade was formed. The level 5 hunter held the wind blade in his hand and rushed forward, slashing towards Zi-Chen's head. At this moment, both of them had exhausted a lot of energy, and their injuries were not light. They no longer had any moves to speak of. It was a battle of who was more ruthless and who could last longer. Pum! Zi-Chen blocked the attack with his broken sword. With a loud vibration, the wind blade broke. But the broken wind blade turned into small wind blades in an instant, cutting towards Zi-Chen's body. Pooh! 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 In an instant, Zi-Chen's body was covered with many shocking wounds. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. Pooh! But he did not fall. He was still standing. Knowing that the broken sword was no longer a threat to the level 5 hunter, he used his mind to control the flying dagger and shot it towards the level 5 hunter. A strong wind surrounded the level 5 hunter. In the strong wind, many wind blades flashed and clashed with the flying dagger. The sound of metal clashing could be heard, blocking the flying dagger's attack. Seeing the flying dagger blocked, Zi-Chen's eyes flashed coldly. With a roar, he used the last bit of energy in his body and rushed forward with his sword. As he rushed forward, the wounds all over his body were squeezed, and more blood flowed out. Cross-blade technique. He shouted in his heart and poured all his energy into the blade in his hand. A cross-blade arc quickly enlarged in front of his eyes, cutting towards the strong wind. At this moment, the strong wind seemed to have solidified. It was split in half by the cross-blade arc, and the cross-blade arc continued forward, heading straight for the level 5 hunter. Pooh! The blade arc flashed and left a bloody cross mark between the level 5 hunter's eyebrows. The strong wind around the level 5 hunter disappeared, and the light on his body dissipated. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Zi-Chen in disbelief. He could not accept that his attack was broken by a level 4 hunter. Pum! Before the level 5 hunter fell, Zi-Chen had already fallen. At this moment, he looked as if he had been dismembered. His body was covered in dense cuts, and his whole body was soaked in blood. After falling, he gasped for breath. The energy crystal was no longer enough to sustain his injuries. He felt dizzy and had the urge to faint. He bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up. At this moment, on this battlefield, he could not fall no matter what. His right hand supported the broken blade on the ground, and his left hand picked up the flying dagger that had fallen to the side. His fingers pinched the flying dagger, and his eyes looked towards the battlefield where Dunley was fighting. Pum! At this moment, the level 5 hunter who had been standing in front of Zi-Chen all this time fell. He had lost all signs of life. A level 4 hunter killed a level 5 hunter. Zi-Chen had once again accomplished the impossible. Such a battle caused the battlefield to pause for a moment. Everyone stared at Zi-Chen in disbelief, watching him change the tide of the battle once again. Lindsay quickly ran to Zi-Chen. Without a word, he took out a jade bottle and poured all the sacred source liquid into his mouth. "Looks like the battle is about to end," Steward Max said with a gratified smile after seeing Zi-Chen kill the level 5 hunter. "I don't think so. He's already heavily injured. As long as I stop you." Before Washan could finish, Steward Mac interrupted him. "You can't stop me. You couldn't stop me from the start." Seeing Steward Mac's calm expression, Washan suddenly had a bad feeling. My family allowed me to bring their daughter out. Did you really think that there were only 2 level 6 hunters protecting her? You're too naive. Did you really think that we came out to take refuge? Steward Mac smiled and extended his hand. His palm began to glow, and within that glow a long sword appeared. Accompanying the appearance of the long sword was a powerful aura and terrifying pressure. Chapter 2349. A powerful aura wreaked havoc on the battlefield, spreading out in all directions. That terrifying aura made people feel suffocated. The crowd, who were originally shocked by Zi Chen's ability to defeat an enemy of a higher level, turned their heads and stared at the battlefield after sensing the oppressive aura. They saw Steward Mac holding a sword in his hand. The aura that suddenly erupted in the battlefield came from that light sword. Zi Chen's gaze also shifted from the battlefield to Steward Mac's hand. His expression instantly changed. Perhaps they had stayed in this world for too long and had already forgotten the aura of a holy weapon. But Zi Chen had only been in this world for a little more than a year. He was all too familiar with this aura. Holy weapon. That was a holy weapon. Steward Mac had been carrying a holy weapon with him all this time. He was very surprised and shocked because his purpose in coming to this world was to obtain a holy weapon. Once he obtained one, he would be able to find a way to leave. That's a holy weapon. The moment Washan saw the weapon, his expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. His original confidence had disappeared without a trace at this moment. As a level 6, he was definitely considered a high-ranking person in this world, so it was not strange for him to recognize a holy weapon. It's time for the battle to end. Steward Mac sighed, holding the sword in his hand and swinging it forward. His movements were very light and gentle. It was just a light swing, like scattering flowers. A bright sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword, extending forward. This was the first time Zi Chen had seen sword aura in this world, and it was the sword aura from a holy weapon. It was very dazzling, very shocking, and the effect was much stronger than in the outside world. The moment Washan saw the holy weapon, he lost his will to fight. When he fought with Steward Mac, there was no clear victor, but now that his opponent had a holy weapon, he was far from being able to deal with him. He turned around and ran without hesitation. This was definitely the fastest escape speed in his life, many times faster than Zi Chen, who was currently using his fastest speed. But his speed could not compare to the sword aura's speed. The sword Qi came from behind and swept past his body without any resistance. A strange scene appeared. The sword Qi had clearly cut through his body, but he was still completely unharmed. He continued to run and advance. After flying for about 50 meters, his body suddenly separated from the top and bottom and fell to the ground in the distance. He slid along the ground for a while before stopping. A hunter of the 6th rank was easily cut in half at the waist by a single strike from a saint weapon. This turn of events was no doubt shocking to the crowd. Before they could even recover from the shock of seeing a level 5 hunter killed, they saw their leader being slashed horizontally by a sword. That was a level 6 hunter, an extremely powerful existence. Yet he had died in front of them just like that. Butler Chung, who was fighting with the wildebeest, had no trace of blood on his face. When he saw Washan being cut in half, he screamed and ran away in fear. "You won't be able to escape." The wildebeest expert didn't chase after him. He just said this sentence lightly. Very far away, Steward Mac threw the saint weapon in his hand at the fleeing Steward Chung. Swoosh! Like an arrow feather, the holy sword emitted a bright light and flew towards Steward Chung. Poof! A few miles away, the space distorted and a powerful energy burst out. Steward Cheng's body was completely penetrated by the holy sword. The holy sword pierced through his chest. He turned around to look at Steward Mac. They were very far apart, but he could still see the mocking smile on Steward Mac's face. This was a scheme, a truly great scheme. "Master, we were all fooled." Steward Chung thought to himself, then fell to the ground and died. The situation of the battle changed too quickly. It was so fast that no one could accept it. Originally, even if Zi Chen had killed a level 5 hunter, he was heavily injured and couldn't attack. They still had a chance of winning. But then, the deaths of the 2 level 6 hunters made them feel true despair. "Don't let a single one go." A cold voice sounded. The holy sword that had pierced through Steward Cheng's chest suddenly turned back. Like a ray of light, it flew towards the level 4 hunters. Swoosh! 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 The holy sword swept past them quickly, and the level 4 hunters fell. They thought that their strong defense was nothing in front of the holy sword. Then the holy sword turned into a ray of light and flew towards Zichen. No. Dun Li and the others saw this scene and cried out involuntarily. Their faces were full of disbelief. Looking at the direction of the holy sword, it was obvious that it was going to kill Zichen. But why? Why did it want to kill Zichen? Could it be that it wanted to kill everyone to silence them? When their expressions changed, they also turned to look at Malt. But all they saw was confusion on Malt's face. Obviously, she didn't know what was going on either. The wildebeest expert watched this scene indifferently. His expression didn't change much. In the distance, Steward Mac was walking towards them. He, who had displayed level 6 strength, had changed from a kind old man to a decisive expert. Swoosh! The scene that made Dun Li and the others despair did not happen. When the holy sword was inches away from Zichen, it stopped and floated there with the tip of the sword pointed at Zichen. It was a very dangerous scene, but Dun Li and the others felt their hearts in their throats. But in Zichen's eyes, it was as if he saw a curious baby looking at him curiously. This scene gave him a very strange feeling. Ling Bao, you scared our little hero. Right at this moment, Butler Mag's voice sounded. He had changed from a 6th-tier hunter to a coachman butler with a benevolent smile on his face. Ha! The expressionless wildebeest expert laughed out loud. He looked at Zichen with a face full of praise. Little guy, you are very good. Zichen scratched his head. He didn't feel anything strange. He had a very sharp perception. From the beginning, he didn't feel any killing intent from the holy sword. All of this was purely a prank by the holy sword. Dun Li and the others were shocked. Little hero, the battle is over. This is your reward. Steward Mai walked up, and the holy sword returned to his side, disappearing into specks of light. He took out an energy crystal similar to the one he had given to Zichen before and placed it in Zichen's hand with a smile. Your injuries are very serious. Take this quickly. Zichen nodded. The energy crystal from before was completely used up. This one came at the right time. He didn't hesitate and ate it. But when he ate, he clearly heard the sound of saliva swallowing not far away. When he turned around, he found that Dun Li and the others were looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zichen was startled. There's blood. Malt walked to Zichen's side. That's normal. Zichen touched his face. It was indeed covered in blood. A level 4 killing a level 5. Zichen, you're very strong. Malt looked at Zichen with a serious and admiring expression. It was as if she had only recognized Zichen's combat strength at this moment. Thank you. Zichen smiled. A holy weapon had appeared in this battle, and 2 level 6 hunters had died. One of them was even the founder of Dragon Mountain. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful Malt's family was. Moreover, he suspected that he had been involved in a conflict. It was a huge conflict that he couldn't control. In this battle, no one had suffered much damage, other than Zichen, who was the most seriously injured. Lindsay had lost a saber-toothed tiger. Although Zichen's injuries were the most serious, he had also gained the most. He had taken all the resources from the level 5 hunter and obtained an energy crystal from Steward Mac. After taking the resources from the level 5 hunter, Zichen finally understood what an energy crystal was. It was an energy crystal that only level 5 hunters or level 5 pseudo-divine beasts could condense. It was like the holy crystals in the outside world. Zichen was treating his wounds, while Dun Li and the others were cleaning up the battlefield. The wildebeest powerhouses Malt and Steward Mac were together. Steward Mac, did we come out because of second uncle? Why did he ask Steward Chung to kill me? Malt hugged her knees as she sat on the grass with a sorrowful expression. I wasn't sure before, but after seeing Steward Chung, I'm sure. Steward Mac sighed. Was second uncle the one who injured father? I miss father. I want to go home. Without Master's order, we can't go back for now. Don't worry, Master will be fine. The matter is not settled yet. Once it's settled, he'll send someone to pick us up. But don't you always want to come out and play? This is a rare opportunity. Steward Mac would not bring Malt back before the family's matter was settled. They could only continue to wander around aimlessly. After repeatedly assuring Malt that the family would be fine, she was completely relieved. The special carriage was broken, but the battle was over. Similar battles would not happen in the future, so there was no need for the carriage. After the wildebeest transformed into a powerhouse, it did not change back. As the team moved forward, Malt rode on the pseudo-divine beast controlled by Lindsay. Zi Chen's injuries were getting better day by day. After 7 days, his injuries were completely healed. He had also consumed a third of the energy crystal. Next, he would refine all of the energy crystal and improve his physical strength. He would wait for the recognition of the rules to awaken his own attribute. Now, apart from the 2 6th-tier hunters, Zichen was the most powerful powerhouse in the team. He had killed a 5th-tier hunter. Along the way, there were no more dangers that could threaten this powerful group. Most of the time, they only needed Dun Li and the others to make a move. A month later, Zichen had completely refined the second energy crystal he had obtained. His physical body was much stronger than it had been during the battle. Chapter 2350. Under the arrangements of the Jetu family and Huangte family were constantly moving around and building their foundations. In the second year of their arrival in this world, they finally finished their foundation chapter and began to awaken their abilities, advancing to the ranks of hunters. For them, who had been building their foundations for 2 years, awakening their abilities couldn't be any easier. Moreover, as their abilities awakened, their strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. The 2nd rank, the 3rd rank, and soon the 4th rank. This was a realm that would take many years for others to reach, but they only needed a short period of time. After reaching the 4th rank, the Jetu family had them enter a long period of seclusion. During this period of seclusion, they began to break through to the 5th rank. The 5th rank was the prerequisite to enter that city. Only there could they obtain a holy weapon and find their way back. While the Jetu family was making preparations, the remaining 4 members of the Hort family were also breaking through to the 5th rank. At the end of the 2nd battle, Butler redistributed the rewards to all of them. Although they had already received quite a bit of sacred source liquid, they had gone through 2 life and death battles after all. They would have to stay here for a long time. Perhaps taking into account the increase in Zi Chen's battle strength, Steward Mac gave out a lot more rewards this time. Zi Chen alone received 1,000 drops of sacred source liquid. Even for the current Zi Chen, this was still a considerable number. The 3rd energy crystal was still in the process of being refined. Sooner or later, its energy would be exhausted. Therefore, Zi Chen still needed to consume more sacred source liquid to increase his strength. His physical strength continued to grow during the process of refinement. In the middle of a mountain range, Zi Chen was hiding beside a huge rock. He held his breath and fully released his perception. In his hand, the broken blade was already unsheathed and tightly gripped. At this moment, 10 meters in front of him, Yago and Menta were also hiding in the dark. They held their breaths and tightly gripped their weapons. Malt was 20 meters away from Zi Chen, tightly gripping his whip with a vigilant expression. Dun Li and Yuan Hong were 5 meters behind Zi Chen. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused, as if they were waiting for something. 1 mile away, Steward Mac and the wildebeest expert were standing on a high ground. They were able to see the movements of the people below. The wildebeest expert said worriedly, "Is this feasible?" Steward Mac chuckled. "Don't worry, they know what they're doing. Although there was some danger this time, the young miss should be fine. Moreover, this kind of experience will also help Miss break through to the 5th level as soon as possible." The wildebeest nodded and continued to look down. Of course, his gaze was always on Malt. Once the latter was in danger, he would rush over as fast as he could. This time, these fourth-rank hunters were preparing to hunt a fifth-rank pseudo-divine beast. If they wanted to break through quickly, they would need to reach the peak of level 4. The fastest way was to refine energy crystals. Roar! While they were waiting quietly, a roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the forest. The earth trembled and the trees trembled. A black panther quickly flew out of the forest. Its speed was very fast. It was like a ball of black light, stepping and jumping on large rocks, quickly escaping into the distance. Behind the black panther, there was a huge creature. Its entire body was earthy yellow, and its appearance was similar to that of a bear. However, its speed was much faster than that of a bear. As it moved forward, its 4 limbs stomped on the boulders, bringing about a great momentum. This was an unknown 5th-level pseudo-divine beast. It possessed an extremely strong power. When it roared, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs that reflected a cold light. Farther away, Lin Sai, who had already memorized the route, carefully controlled the direction of the beast's escape. Finally, after a few consecutive jumps, the beast jumped over a huge rock. Malt, who was hiding on one side of the rock, had a glint in his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as the beast ran over, the 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast came from behind. Its 4 limbs stepped on the rock hard, and the rock began to tremble slightly. The 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast took advantage of the force and leaped into the air, leaning forward. Right at this moment, a long whip appeared from one side at an extremely tricky angle, like a viper, and coiled around the front leg of the 5th-tier pseudo-divine beast. The other end coiled around the huge rock and was caught by Malt. The long whip was pulled straight, and the rock began to tremble. Then it left its original position and rolled to the side. Malt also staggered and fell to one side. Fortunately, he grasped the direction in time and was not crushed by the rolling rock. The falling rock played a great role. The 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast fell down instantly, and its head hit a large rock below. Bang! With a loud bang, the rock broke into pieces. The 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast shook its head and seemed to feel a little dizzy. Die! A few meters away, Yagu and Menta leaped up, one holding a pair of hammers and the other holding a battle axe. They ruthlessly chopped down at the 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast. Bang! At this critical moment, the 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast stabilized its body and took 2 steps back, swatting at Yagu with its claw. The claw collided with the hammers, and with a loud bang, Yagu was sent flying. There was a huge gap between the 4th rank and the 5th rank. PFFF. Menta's attack hit the opponent, but the battle axe was only able to penetrate the skull a little before it was stuck. The 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast was in pain, and it raised its head, producing a powerful force that sent Menta and his weapon flying. Malt let go of the long whip in her hand, and the other end of the long whip continued to wrap around the 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast's claw. The latter held the long whip and pounced at the flying Menta. Swoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flashed and arrived in front of the flying pseudo-divine beast at an extremely fast speed. Black light flashed as a cross-shaped blade arc slashed at the pseudo-divine beast's head. The blade arc slashed across the pseudo-divine beast's head, leaving a deep wound. However, the 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast's defense was extremely strong, and even Zi Chen's attack wasn't able to kill it in one blow. Ha! Ha! 2 loud shouts followed, closely behind by Dun, Li, and Yuan Hong. They were good at attacking, not defense. Therefore, after appearing in front of Zi Chen, the weapons in their hands pierced into the body of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast before it landed on the ground. However, the weapons were stuck before they could penetrate too deep into its body. The 2 pulled out their weapons and rolled on the ground, retreating to the sides. Menta and Yagu rushed forward in time, blocking the attacks of the others before the pseudo-divine beast could get angry. The two of them were in charge of defense, and even Malt quickly rushed over, grabbing the long whip and controlling the pseudo-divine beast's movements. Roar! After being ambushed several times in an instant, the pseudo-divine beast was completely enraged. Its claw fell, and Yagu and Menta were sent flying. Uft! The moment the two were sent flying, the cross-shaped blade arc appeared again and struck the place where it had attacked before, making the wound even deeper. Then, Zi-Chin retreated, and Dun Li and Yuan Hong rushed forward. Uft! Uft! The two's attacks were effective, and they continued to roll back. However, this time, the pseudo-divine beast seized the opportunity and pounced at Dun Li. Its speed was much faster than Dun Li's, and it pressed Dun Li to the ground with one claw. At the same time, it opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and was about to bite off Dun Li's neck. Bang! At this moment, Malt exerted her strength and forcibly pulled it away. The pseudo-divine beast turned its head in midair and used the momentum to pounce at her. The speed of this attack was even faster than when it had dealt with Dun Li. Malt looked at the approaching pseudo-divine beast, but found that she had nowhere to hide because the other party was simply too fast. Those sharp claws were about to press on her shoulder in the next moment, and it could pounce on her and swallow her at any time. The fear of death surfaced in her heart. Uft! At this moment, a black light appeared behind Malt and shot at the pseudo-divine beast's eyes at lightning speed. Unsurprisingly, the pseudo-divine beast's eyes were pierced, and at the same time, the black light flew out from the back of the pseudo-divine beast's head without slowing down. The powerful force it carried caused the pseudo-divine beast's body to slow down, and it raised its head and rolled back. After crashing to the ground and rolling a few times, the pseudo-divine beast lay motionless on the ground. Blood gushed out from its wounds, dyeing the ground red. The whip fell to the ground, and Malt's body went limp, and she sat on the ground. Looking at the dead pseudo-divine beast, her pretty face turned pale. It was too dangerous just now. If Zi-Chen had attacked a little later, her life would have been in danger. Seeing the death of the pseudo-divine beast, Dun Li and the others also came forward. Although they had only attacked twice, they had consumed a lot of energy. After all, each attack was full of strength. Zi-Chen's face was pale, and he felt a little dizzy. The last attack had consumed too much of his mind power. After a short moment of silence, joy appeared on everyone's faces. Obviously, their method had worked. They had really killed a 5th-level pseudo-divine beast. If they could kill one, they could kill more. They had found a shortcut to improve their strength quickly. Dozens of meters away on a big rock, Steward Mac and the wildebeest looked at each other and saw the appreciation in each other's eyes. They nodded with satisfaction. "Look, is there anything?" Lindsay ran out from the side and said, excitedly. Dun Li immediately went forward and used the long sword in his hand to cut open the pseudo-divine beast's head with difficulty. A glowing crystal rolled out from the head. The glowing crystal was the energy crystal. It's really there. It's really a 5th-level one. Lindsay's eyes were full of light when he saw the energy crystal. Dun Li picked up the energy crystal and threw it to Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin took it and looked at it, then threw it to Malt and said, "You've worked hard. We'll start from you." Chapter 2351. The wildebeest expert and Steward Mac were looking down from a high vantage point. Through the sparse forest, they could clearly see the motionless people hiding behind a boulder. A moment later, a roar was heard from the forest. A level 5 pseudo-divine beast was lured out, and it quickly chased after the level 4 black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard rushed in the designated direction, and a long snake-like whip quickly wrapped around the neck of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast. The long whip was pulled straight in an instant, causing the other party to stagger and crash into the ground, creating a deep crater. "Go!" A low shout was heard, and Yago and Menta rushed out from both sides to attack the pseudo-divine beast. The pseudo-divine beast roared in pain and went completely mad. At this moment, a light flickered, and Ziqin used the heavenly thunder wings to rush up. Dun Li and Yuan Hong followed closely behind him, the weapons in their hands reflecting a cold light. A moment later, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast fell down dead with a sorrowful cry. Blood flowed out of its wound and dyed the ground red. It had been half a year since the first hunt. In this half a year, they had killed more than 10 level 5 pseudo-divine beasts. During this time, Lindsay finally advanced from level 3 to level 4 and became a truly powerful existence, controlling many level 4 pseudo-divine beasts. As for Ziqin and the other 5, even after half a year, they still hadn't broken through and were still level 4 hunters. But during this time, their fighting strength had also increased rapidly, and they were much more powerful than before. The wildebeest expert nodded in satisfaction after watching the previous clean battle from a high vantage point and said, "After this period of cooperation, their tacit understanding has increased, and their fighting strength has also increased." Steward Mac smiled and nodded. Dun Li and the others were all very strong, and they were definitely geniuses. Of course, Ziqin was an even more talented existence in the team, and he was even more talented than the young Mississippi Dun Li took out an energy crystal, looked at it, and threw it to Ziqin, saying, "You can have it this time." "Give it to me. It shouldn't be my turn yet, right?" Ziqin took the energy crystal and said doubtfully, "It's my turn, but I haven't finished refining it. It's a waste to leave it here. So I'll give it to you first," said Yago, who walked out of the humanoid puppet. If they were compared to geniuses, then Ziqin was a monster among geniuses. The gap between the two was still very large. Z could completely refine an energy crystal in less than a month. But they needed several months, and their speed was far inferior to Z's. After learning about Ziqin's refining speed, they were completely convinced by Ziqin's strength. Even the prideful Lindsay, who thought he was special, could not say a word about Ziqin's talent. "Just take it. I know you finished refining it." Malt looked at Ziqin with a smile. After a long period of practice, she had lost the delicate temperament of a young miss from a big family. She had become calmer on the battlefield, and her combat experience had increased a lot. It had been a long time since she had been defeated by a pseudo-divine beast like the first time. In that case, I won't hold back. Who knows? I might be able to reach level 5 after refining this energy crystal. Ziqin swallowed the energy crystal in his hand in one gulp. "Are you going to break through again? You're really a monster." Hearing Ziqin's words, they couldn't help but sigh. When they first met Ziqin, he was only a beginner in the 3rd tier. In the past year, he had jumped from the 3rd tier to the peak of the 4th tier, and now he was showing signs of entering the 5th tier. At night, Ziqin sat aside refining the energy crystal. He could feel that his physical body was about to reach a certain limit, and the recognition of the rules could come at any time. Therefore, he tried to refine the energy crystal as soon as possible. Dozens of meters away, Dun Li and the others were grilling meat. The aroma of the meat wafted over, and he could hear their laughter from time to time. Steward Mac hadn't paid them for a long time. It wasn't that he was stingy, but that they were determined not to accept it. There was no distinction between employer and employer now. They had become partners and friends, and they were like an adventure team. They went through adventures together and got paid. Steward Mike glanced at the horse-faced powerhouse, and the latter nodded. He then stood up and walked towards Ziqin. Ziqin opened his eyes when he heard the footsteps. He saw Steward Mac. Steward Mac nodded at Ziqin and sat down beside him. Looking at the backs of the people sitting around the fire, he said, "Ziqin, what do you think of the young miss?" "What do I think? What do I think of her? He's very intelligent, not delicate, and very easy to get along with." This sudden question made Ziqin pause for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "What about the My family? What do you think of the young Miss family?" Steward Mac asked again. Ziqin shook his head and said, "I've never been to my family, so I'm not sure, but I think it's a big family. It's not weaker than the Hort, Cato, or Doff. I can tell you that the My family is stronger than the other 3 families, Steward Max said. Steward Max's words surprised Zichen. He thought that the My family was only equal to the other 3 families, or maybe even weaker. After all, the 3 families were constantly adding new blood. I know you have some enmity with the Hort family. If you're willing to join the My family, the Hort family will think twice before dealing with you. They might even give up on dealing with you. Steward Mac continued looking at the surprised Zichen. Join the My family? The invitation caught Zichen off guard. I've been observing you recently. We're very satisfied with your character, and the young miss doesn't reject you. I invite you to join the My family and hope that you can be the young miss' personal guard. Of course, if the young miss is interested in you, I'm happy to see that happen, as long as the family leader doesn't object. After all, you have a calm personality, and you're someone worth trusting. Steward Mac looked back at Zichen and said, As for the reward, you don't have to worry about it. As long as you have enough potential, the family will do its best to train you and help you reach a higher level. If you join the My family, you won't have to worry about resources anymore. This kind of temptation wasn't small. He could enjoy endless resources, protect the young miss, and even have a relationship with her. This was an invitation to reach the sky in a single bound. To most people, this was an invitation that they couldn't refuse. However, these conditions weren't enough to move Zichen. They couldn't even stir up any waves in his heart. Because he didn't belong to this world, he couldn't stay here for a long time. He was just a passerby. His ultimate goal was to return to the Life Star and protect it from the invasion of the pagans. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and shook his head. What? You don't want to? Steward Mac was surprised by Zichen's quick answer. Zichen thought for a while and said, Steward Mac's conditions are too good. Actually, I want to agree. However, I have to go to that city. I have a mission and a mission. In this world, there was only one place that could be called a city. It was the core of this world, the place where all the strong warriors gathered. It's not a conflict. The My family also has a force in that city. When the time is right, we will return to that city, Steward Mac said. He thought that Zichen was the same as everyone else who had come to this world. Entering that city was their dream. I appreciate Steward Mac's kindness. However, my purpose of entering that city isn't to stay there. It's to leave that place. I have to return to my world. Leave? After coming to this world, you can't leave. Steward Mac was surprised. Maybe it's impossible for others, but I didn't come here through proper means. I still have a chance to leave. To be honest, I used the Jadu family's passage to enter this world. Before coming to this world, I wasn't a saint king. I was just a saint. Steward Mac, who had always been calm, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. His face was full of shock. Zichen's performance along the way had already made him very satisfied. This was why he felt pity for him. However, he never thought that Zichen was just a saint and not the lowest standard saint king recognized by this world. In this way, the potential that Zichen had shown was much greater than he had expected. There has always been a rumor that the Jatu, Hort, and Da families control a special passage. That passage has a very small chance of letting people leave. It seems that this rumor is true. Steward Mac's face was still full of shock. When I was in the outside world, I had a deal with the Jatu family. I need to come here and bring a saint weapon out for them. Therefore, I can only refuse Steward Mac's kindness. Once I find a way to get the saint weapon, I will find a way to leave and return to the outside world. Zichen didn't hide anything from Steward Mac, because the other party was worthy of his trust, and because he had nothing at the moment. This result was beyond Steward Mac's expectations. He expressed his regret, but didn't insist on saying anything more. In fact, after knowing these things, he finally understood why Zichen had such talent. How could a person who could make a deal with the Jatu family be an ordinary person? He wasn't disappointed, but rather looked forward to it, because such a person was destined to be extraordinary and such a person was destined to leave his own mark in this world. Zichen continued to refine the energy crystal. During the day, he searched for level 5 pseudo-divine beasts with the others to kill. The task of searching was naturally completed by Lindsay's pseudo-divine beast. In this way, as the days passed, Zichen's body became stronger and stronger. Soon, a month had passed. An energy crystal was completely refined by Zichen. At night, the team stopped to rest. Dun Li and the others were busy making a fire to roast meat. Zichen continued to sit cross-legged. Recently, his body had undergone some strong changes. Chapter 2352. In the dark night, Zichen's body glowed as he sat cross-legged. This light wasn't very bright during the day, but it was very conspicuous in the dark night. Dun Li, who was about to start a fire, noticed the abnormality in the distance from the corner of his eye. He stopped what he was doing and subconsciously turned around. The source of the abnormality was Zichen. He looked at Zichen and saw the light on Zichen's body. His expression froze in shock. The light on Zichen's body grew stronger and brighter. Seeing that Dun Li didn't do anything else, Yuan Hong looked up and was naturally attracted by the sudden appearance of the light. When he saw the glowing Zichen, his expression froze, and he stopped what he was doing to cut the meat. Yagu and Menta were tidying up the things on the cart. Speaking of which, they'd thrown away most of the worthless things along the way, but there were still so many things on the cart that they didn't even have a place to put their armors and puppets. The two of them also noticed the light not far away and stopped what they were doing, turning to look at the source of the light. Then the expressions on their faces froze, and shock gradually appeared in their eyes. The light on Zichen's body grew stronger and brighter, illuminating the entire area. Steward Mac, the horse-faced expert, and Malt all turned to look at Zichen. Zichen's body was emitting a bright light. The light came from within, flickering with traces of electricity. It illuminated Zichen's face, making him look both sinister and mysterious. An energy fluctuation formed a ripple that spread into the distance. That's energy. Rank 5 energy. That's the light of rank 5 energy. Dun Li and the others were filled with disbelief. Zichen's realm had been the lowest amongst them, and he'd been a pure newcomer. But now he was the first to reach rank 5. The light on his body was the light of energy that emerged from his body after he'd received the approval of the laws. It was the standard sign of reaching rank 5. Soon, Zichen's body would awaken an energy crystal, indicating that Zichen had entered level 5. Steward Mac's face was filled with shock, but his shock was different from that of Dun Li and the others. Dun Li and the others were shocked by Zichen's rapid breakthrough into level 5, while he was shocked by the energy attribute that Zichen was currently releasing. That energy was filled with destructive power. Streaks of lightning coiled around its body. It was an extremely rare lightning attribute. Thunder, it's actually thunder. This was the real reason why Steward Mac was shocked. This was because there were different levels of energy attributes. The lightning attribute that Zichen had awakened was obviously much more powerful than the average energy attribute. In other words, as soon as he entered level 5, he was already superior to many level 5s. I didn't expect it to be the lightning attribute. That's a very rare attribute. It was full of destructive attributes. This little fellow is really something, the strong wildebeest said. At this moment, the lightning that was flashing on Zichen's body made him feel a sense of danger. That was the restraint of the attribute. This energy attribute is really unusual. It seems that I've underestimated him. Steward Mac, who knew more than the strong wildebeest, shook his head and sighed. He's broken through. He's broken through so quickly. Lindsay found it hard to accept the fact that Zichen had broken through at this moment. He was still in the early stages of level 4, but Zichen was one whole level ahead of him. Moreover, this had happened in just over a year. The speed of his breakthrough was too fast. It was too shocking. At this moment, Lindsay didn't know that the others had suffered a much greater blow than him. This was because they had been in this state for many years. They hadn't been able to break through for many years. But today they saw someone who had been in this state for only a year enter level 5 without any hindrance. Wasn't it said that it was very difficult to enter level 5? Wasn't it said that there were rules to suppress it? Wasn't it said that many people were excluded from the threshold? Why was Zichen able to enter level 5 so easily? Moreover, it was so easy that there weren't any bottlenecks. It was just a matter of time. Of course, they were happy for Chen's breakthrough. However, they were somewhat angry and envious. Of course, they didn't hate him. This guy, isn't his speed of breaking through a little too fast? Even the daughter of my family felt a little unbalanced at this moment. She had always felt that she was very talented, but she had to admit that she had suffered a big blow today. She was also about to touch the threshold of level 5, but she had always believed that she would be faster than Zichen. Everyone was shocked that Zichen was able to break through so quickly. They were quite emotional about it. This kind of talent really made people exclaim in admiration, envy, and jealousy. This might be the saying, comparisons are odious. However, at this moment, the lightning light that was emitted from Chen's body suddenly changed. The dazzling light began to change forcibly. Half of his body suddenly became golden, and there were golden lightning snakes swimming around. The light was blazing and full of violent aura. The other half of his body was emitting silver light. The silver lightning snakes were cold and violent, flashing and swimming on the surface of his body. His body became half gold and half silver. The two different auras of blazing heat and cold appeared on his body and then spread out, bringing along an extremely oppressive aura. What's going on? Such a change shocked Dun, Li, and the others. Chen's energy attribute seemed to be a little strange. Dual attributes, how is this possible? When the strong wildebeest and Steward Max saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Chen's situation was completely different from common sense and became strange. They had never heard of a person who could awaken dual attributes when he awakened energy. This didn't make sense at all. At this moment, Chen didn't notice the drastic changes in everyone's expressions. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, quietly feeling the position of abdomen. The energy that was previously suppressed by the rules was released at this moment. The energy gathered at abdomen like a core and turned into a ball. The ball emitted dazzling lightning light, which was Chen's lightning attribute. Chen had always expected that he could awaken the lightning attribute. However, Chen was concerned about whether he could awaken the yin-yang lightning attribute. As this thought came to his mind, the energy crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling light. In the light, gold and silver colors appeared, revealing the dual attributes. After perceiving the two energy attributes, Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the rules were still suppressing him, with two attributes, his combat power was undoubtedly much stronger than an ordinary level 5. He might not be able to fight level 6 opponents, but he would definitely be able to suppress level 5 opponents. After gaining energy, he would be much stronger in all aspects than before. For example, his extreme speed and the lightning blade manipulation flying dagger would reach a higher level. More importantly, after reaching this level, Chen would be qualified to enter that city and look for what he wanted. This was his energy, so he didn't need a long time to familiarize himself with it. With a thought, Chen sent the energy into abdomen and hibernated. The energy crystal that was shining with a dazzling light also turned into gold and silver. In the outside world, the dazzling light on Chen's body disappeared and he opened his eyes. When Chen opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was staring at him with different expressions. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chen touched his face and asked in confusion, Did you break through? Malt looked at Chen and asked. Yes. Chen nodded. I'll strangle you. Why did you break through? Malt stepped forward and pinched Zi Chen's neck. She shook him with all her might and clenched her small canine teeth. Everyone's expressions changed at this moment. Then they all smiled and congratulated Zi Chen on his breakthrough. Humph, this is so boring. You're one step ahead of me. Malt was tired and could only sit aside. Her current strength was no match for Zi Chen's. Moreover, she didn't use any strength just now. She was just joking. Zi Chen, congratulations on your breakthrough. Let's drink until we're drunk tonight, Dan Li said with a smile. Yes, there's no pressure now. We can drink to our heart's content. Yuan Hong also smiled. In fact, although they were a little jealous that Zi Chen broke through faster than them, they were still very convinced, because Zi Chen worked harder than them. Indeed, I need to relax. Zi Chen nodded with a smile. They had been out for a long time and didn't have much wine left. This was because they had met a caravan and exchanged some things for some wine. Zi Chen's breakthrough was naturally worth celebrating. Moreover, the stronger Zi Chen's combat strength was, the better it was for the whole team. Zi Chen also promised that he would go all out to hunt level 5 divine beasts and help the others break through. While the few of them were completely oblivious, the wildebeest expert and Steward Mac remained sober. At this moment, they looked at the few people who were drinking with regret. This regret was for not being able to keep Zi Chen in the My family. After witnessing Zi Chen's breakthrough and awakening 2 attributes, they thought highly of Zi Chen's potential. However, it was a pity that such an existence with such great potential couldn't be kept in the family. If he's willing to stay, I'm actually quite willing to be a matchmaker for him. I believe that the master will recognize him after seeing his potential. Steward Mac said, his character is not bad and he has great potential. The master will certainly agree. The wildebeest expert said. Steward Mac sighed and said, but unfortunately he doesn't belong here. The wildebeest expert said, that's not necessarily true. There have been rumors over the years, but how many people have really left? Although this kid has great potential, he can't leave just because he wants to. Once he is unable to leave with Mrs. Beauty, as long as you put on a little more effort, he will obediently join the My family. Steward Mac looked back at the wildebeest expert and said in surprise, when did you start to grow a brain? I already have one, okay? The next day, Zi Chen took the few people to hunt level 5 divine beasts. As everyone had guessed, Zi Chen could now fight level 5 divine beasts alone. 1 month later, everyone had a great harvest.